weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein Genialwalter Einheitsgrund, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein Genialwalter Einheitsgrund, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein Genialwalter Einheitsgrund, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is a stream I do every Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time where we watch the real socialist, the farthest left of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. And the reason that we watch real socialism every Saturday is that we started learning over a year ago now that if you go back and you watch socialism from 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, those are the talking points of the Democratic Party today. This is where every crazy idea that is infecting our culture comes from. This is where critical race theory comes from. This is where anti-racism comes from. This is where the riots of 2020 came from. This is where the Chaz came from. This is where gender ideology in schools comes from. And yes, it is, of course, where today's topic of abolishing the biological nuclear family comes from. And trust me, guys, the reason that we keep visiting Abolish the Family over and over again on Socialism Saturday is that once you start to understand what they mean and how they're talking about it, you start to see Abolish the Family show up everywhere. We see it in these laws where states are trying to actually, Gavin Newsom yesterday vetoed a bill in California that would have taken children away from their parents if parents didn't give the children the cross-sex hormones the children felt like they were entitled to. So that's a little bit of an interesting development, but that's only because Gavin Newsom wants to run for president. We all know what that deal is. No, and this is not because of that guy on Twitter. I was going to do this anyway. But once you start learning about Abolish the Family, you start seeing, do you want to know why there are so many attacks on parental rights nowadays going on in schools all over the country? There are literally tens of millions of children in schools in this country that have policies in their school district that you probably don't know about, which says that the school district does not have to inform you if your child is going by a different name and gender in school than they are at home. That is a direct attack on parental rights, which is a direct attack on the nuclear biological family. Everyone that's running around that's non-binary. So you're seeing all sorts of people identifying as queer, and I have no problem with how any adult wants to identify. It's your life. Do whatever you want, man. It makes no difference to me. But we're seeing school districts now with 20, 30, 40, sometimes 50%. It is 50% in Vermont right now, in some school districts in Vermont, of kids identifying as queer. Queer has nothing to do with being trans. Queer has nothing to do with being gay. Queer is a far left political ideology that is, wait for it, a direct attack on the nuclear biological family. And so if you want to go right to the heart of where a lot of the problems that we have right now, everything socialists do is interconnected. Everything feeds into everything else. The four goals of the woke left are always and forever: gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. That attacking capitalism piece relates directly back to the nuclear biological family, because socialists believe that they cannot get rid of capitalism, which they need to get rid of in order to achieve their Marxist utopia. Socialists believe that they cannot abolish capitalism until they abolish the biological nuclear family. Do you wonder why Vivek Ramaswamy is speaking so much about the nuclear biological family and how it is the strongest form of governance in the history of the world? That is directly because of this. There are so many problems in our society today that are linked directly back to this socialist demand to abolish the biological family. It was in the Communist Manifesto 150 years ago, and people think this is just some sort of whack job idea because they don't understand how it's feeding into every single thing that we are experiencing that is crazy in society today. But tonight, you're going to get a little taste of that. Tonight, we're actually going to go back and watch a Socialism Saturday classic. And the reason that we're going to do this is twofold. Number one, I know I have a lot of new people with us for Socialism Saturday. If you are new to Socialism Saturday, let us know in the chat. Don't be shy. This is our own little private safe space. Michael McDonald is also right, no private land ownership. But Michael, did you know that by no private property ownership, the socialists also mean your children? Because they consider your children to be private property. Oh yeah, we're going down that rabbit hole tonight. So welcome. Yes, Sophie is going to be here tonight. Well, not in person, but virtually. Someday I'm going to convince Sophie to come join me on the stream. I'm working very hard on it. Sophie and I are now in communication, at least. If you don't know who Sophie is, we'll tell you who Sophie is in a second. Sophie is our favorite. She is our queen. She is our goddess. She is our ginger dragon. Sophie is the Abolish the Family socialist that we all love and adore against our better judgment, because she's an Abolish the Family socialist, but we just can't help ourselves. Anyway, if you are new to Socialism Saturday, welcome. This is going to be a great night for you. This is part of why we're going back and we're watching a Socialism Saturday classic, because I know I've gotten so many new people in the last couple of weeks from different shows I've been on because of coverage of the Socialism Conference. For new people especially, I will have a few words of wisdom for you in a second. But the thing of it is, oh, I've got someone over on Rumble who thinks I'm a socialist. The most fun part of Socialism Saturday is when conservatives don't bother to listen to what's going on and they assume that I'm a socialist. I got someone, Joseph Larry Bradley, buddy. Ears open, mouth shut. You don't know what you're talking about just yet. So that's already happening over there. That's great. It's going to be a good night. But the other reason that we're going to watch a Socialism Saturday classic, and I'm going to show you what it is. It's this episode. This combines so many elements of Socialism Saturday. We've watched this before on Socialism Saturday. This is an Abolish the Family episode from May of 2020 from our one of our favorite socialist channels, which is Red May. Red May is run by the Revolutionary Socialists out of Seattle. During the month of May, Red May is a channel that does all sorts of live socialist programming out of Seattle. They do dozens of live streams. We actually watched a whole bunch of their stuff live. They were thrilled. Philip in particular, this is Philip right here. This is Philip. He runs Red May. Philip in particular was so thrilled that I streamed his content during May of this year, and we went into his chat and we asked them very helpful questions. We are disruptive when we're stream sniping other channels, but that conservative over on Rumble still thinks I'm a socialist. But so when we stream snipe things like Red May, we don't go in and disrupt their chats at all, but we do ask very helpful questions. And Philip was so happy when I stream sniped his Red May from this past May that he threatened to report me to YouTube, which he tried to give me a copyright strike, which means that Philip believes in intellectual property, which is not a very socialist thing to do, which I reminded Philip that if Philip's really a socialist, that he doesn't actually believe in private property, much less intellectual property, Philip. Anyway, that didn't quite work out for him. I did not get a copyright strike, but we do love Red May because Red May has a crazy back catalog of all sorts of crazy socialism. And one of the topics that they have covered extensively is abolish the family. So you can see right here. Oh, I didn't mean to make that. I just made that a full screen accidentally. I meant to make it theater view so I could make our goddess Sophie a little bit bigger. There. No, I don't want to start talking yet, Philip. Hang on. Theater mode. There we go. Now we can see everyone. So this is a classic again from May of 2020. So it's a little bit older, but that's going to be okay because it's going to be great. Like one of the reasons I want to go back and watch this is that I personally, and I think a lot of members who have been on Socialism Saturday from the beginning, we have learned so much. I cannot emphasize this enough, guys. If you are new to Socialism Saturday, it's going to be overwhelming to you. And I promise you, and you're going to want to run away. You're going to want to say, this is boring. You're going to want to say, like, I don't understand what they're saying. And I understand why you're doing that. It is overwhelming when you first start watching far left radical socialism. But over the course of like several episodes, you start to learn how to speak socialist. And then you start picking up on things you never would have picked up on before. It is crazy. It is like seeing through like the Da Vinci Code or something like that, where like all of a sudden, like normies see one reality of the world, but you're able to see through all the BS and all the nonsense. Anyway, so I've wanted to go back and watch this episode of Red May for a while because I personally have learned so much in like the year that I've really been deep diving into far left socialism that I think I'm going to have a very different perception of this episode now than the first time that we watched it. And I think many of you are going to have a different perception if you watched it with me the first time. But if you're new here, this is going to be a great introduction. And this is a topic that I really want to get people into because if you understand abolish the family, you are going to understand so many other elements of socialism. Abolish the family is like the deepest, darkest secret that links all the crazy socialist ideas together. And it's also the most dangerous idea, in my opinion. If parental rights fall, then we are descending into a land of socialism. Okay, so this is going to be a great episode if you're new. This is going to be a great episode if you've been here for a while because we're going to get to go back and test ourselves and see how much we've learned and see how much more we pick up and stuff like that. Joseph Larry Bradley, I'm very sorry, but you're breaking the rules of my chat already, buddy. So I'm going to have to ban you over on Rumble. Here's the thing, guys. I do not. So let's dig into the rules of the chat before we do some other housekeeping issues before we get started. Number 1, I do not have an unmoderated chat. This is not a place where you can act foolish. This is not a place where you can indiscriminately shitpost. This is not a place where you're going to be hurling insults at people because Socialism Saturday, while we do have a lot of fun and we play games and we drink, I've got a strawberry cheesecake sour ale at the ready because you drink red beer on Socialism Saturday. That's the rule, okay? We do have a lot of fun with Socialism Saturday. However, this is primarily meant to be a learning experience. This is to teach you what is going on, to teach you how to speak socialist. We will decode everything. I will do my best to decode things. The chat, especially the more experienced people in the chat, will do their best to decode things. If you have questions, you can ask them. However, what you can't do is shitpost indiscriminately and insult people and be disruptive. Okay? If you want to shitpost, there are a lot of other places that you can do that, but you can't do that here. So I have 2 rules of the chat. Number 1 is don't be a dick. You will not insult me. You will not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because this is my house. You are all guests in my house. If you were over at my house in real life, you wouldn't be indiscriminately shitposting or throwing a temper tantrum or yelling things or throwing stuff at the wall because you're a real live human being, okay? And so if you can't do it in real life, you can't do it in my stream either. So just don't be a dick. Number 2, no whining. If I ask you to stop doing something, please stop doing it. If I ask you to stop doing something, it is because you are being disruptive in some way, shape, or form. And I want you to stop being disruptive in some way, shape, or form. And I don't want to hear any whining. I don't want to hear any complaining. I don't want to hear any of that. If I ask you to stop doing something, please stop doing it. And just understand that it's not personal, but whatever you are doing is being disruptive to what we're trying to do. And so I need you to stop doing it so we can focus, okay? I do run a tight ship here. I am not screwing around. If you disobey my rules or you disrespect me, you will get blocked, and I don't feel bad about it. Okay? I don't care if you throw a hissy fit, say, I will never come back to your channel again. Well, good, because you're disrupting my learning environment, and so that's just the way it's going to be. So those are the 2 rules of the chat. Don't be a dick, no whining, that's it. As long as you follow those 2 rules, we're going to get along just fine. For people who are new to social, I want to say Layla over on Rumble. Layla over on Rumble is saying, I hope you can get an interview with HG Tutor sometime. I tried, yo. I tried. He won't respond to me. And it's mostly because of that bitch Carrie Smith. So if you guys want HG Tutor to talk to me, tell him. I tried. I have given up. I really wanted to too. I would have been like the most interesting person who ever interviewed him. It would have been the most interesting talk ever. But sadly, he won't effing respond to me. So if you want him to come and talk to me, tell him. That would be great, Layla. Thank you. All right, back to this. I do obviously interact with my chat quite a bit when we're on Socialism Saturday and other streams as well, so you can expect that. But listen, guys, if you are new here, I genuinely mean this. You're going to feel overwhelmed. You're going to feel like you're watching something that is happening in a different language, okay? It might sound like they're speaking English, but you might have trouble understanding what they're saying. If you feel like everything is going over your head and you don't know what's going on, it's not you. It's the socialists, okay? When I say that socialists quite literally speak a different language, what I mean is socialists quite literally speak a different language, okay? It might sound like English, but it is not English. They speak in code that only they understand. Once you learn what the code means, you're going to be able to decipher it a whole lot easily. But think of this as like an immersive experience, right? This is like if you spoke no French at all, and I picked you up and I put you in the middle of France, you're going to learn how to speak French really, really quickly because you're being immersed within the language, even though you might not speak French going into it. It's the same with this. You're going to learn how to speak socialist over the course of a couple episodes. And you know, you're able to ask questions, you're able to get help with understanding them, but just know yes, this is like going to Scotland. Exactly. So if you're having trouble, just chat in. Let us know what you don't understand. Learning how to speak socialist, honestly and truly, is one of the most helpful things you can do to fight back against the woke left. Because if you can learn how to speak socialist, you're going to start seeing the language show up everywhere. It's crazy when it starts happening. And it's like you will see through the code, but this is not something you can cheat. This is not something you can take a shortcut or any of that. You have to learn it for yourself. That means sitting your butt down, grabbing a drink. If you're sober, that's cool as well. We welcome sober people, but don't mind if I drink beer on the channel. I'm sorry, I can't do this without drinking beer. It is what it is. Michael, I am on Gitter. I'm literally streaming on Gitter live right now. I really wish you guys would actually check and see if I'm on platforms before you ask me if I'm on platforms. Just like check and see if I'm on it. That'd be really great. So guys, we are going to get into Socialism Saturday today. Again, we are going to be watching this episode of Abolish the Family from Red May in 2020, and I'll just read the description here. Many feminists in the 1970s demanded the abolition of the family. Feminists since then have been more likely to call for family reform or to defend family diversity. Sarah Jaff, Sophie Lewis, Michelle O'Brien, and Kathy Weeks revisit family abolitionism to think about its contemporary relevance. So not much of a description there, but that's all good. We got a whole bunch of people on this channel that are going to be participating. A couple orders of business before we get started. Number one, please make sure you are subscribed to my Substack, which is Carlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. This is where I do post all of my best content, including this zinger that we got from our supporter exclusive spy stream yesterday, where I caught our friend Emily, the president of the American Library Association, again saying the quiet part out loud. We streamed an all-day conference with urban librarians yesterday for supporters only. It was a spy stream event. And on that event, we heard Emily say that librarians don't need to be politically neutral. Oh, isn't that interesting? Especially when I caught Emily like 2.5 weeks ago at the Socialism conference saying that libraries should be sites of socialist organizing. Gee, it's almost like socialists are showing up everywhere. This is the type of content that you get only on my Substack, exclusively on my Substack. I am the only person covering a lot of the news and events that I'm covering in the unwoke space. I also do try to decode the woke ideology, not just the most far left socialists, but just general woke stuff that you see showing up. I do a series called The Woke Mind, which is all about the psychology of the woke left, helping you understand it, helping you understand why they're doing what they're doing, what to do when they show up in your life, all that sort of stuff. You can subscribe out to my Substack for free, or you can support the work I'm doing by signing up for $8 a month or $80 a year. When you support the work I'm doing, you get access to a variety of perks, to include supporter-only spy streams, which we're going to have another one this coming week. I haven't announced it yet because I'm announcing it tomorrow, but on Thursday, I believe, of this coming week, we are going to have another supporter exclusive spy stream that is going to be a really good one. It's about trans stuff. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is because that would give away the surprise. That's going to be on Thursday. You're also going to get access to 2 Zoom calls with me every single week on Monday and on Wednesday. Mondays at 7 and Wednesdays at noon. Those are private. Those are unrecorded. They're pretty great. You can come meet other members of my supporter community. And then, of course, on Sundays, you're going to get access to my supporter Discord, where we do movie night on Sundays. We do it Sundays at 8 p.m. And this week we are celebrating the one, the only, the chief investigative officer of the cult herself, the one, the only Bot. And we are watching The Matrix on Sunday in honor of Bot. And Bot specifically gets a word of mention because Bot sussed out, doing some research on Twitter, that this Harvard librarian that was giving us a hard time is a socialist, which he just admitted today. And thanks to Bot, hang on, where is it? Bot did a little research and found him openly talking about how democratic socialists don't go far left enough. And so, and then he admitted he was a socialist on Twitter the other day, which was pretty great. And so we will be celebrating Bot for movie night in the supporter Discord tomorrow, which you get access to when you sign up to support my Substack. You can also become a member of this here YouTube channel. You can support my work on Locals, on Patreon, whatever works best for you. One more announcement that I literally just put up on the Substack before we went live. Speaking of learning how to speak socialist, I am going to be holding a private training on October 4th. This is a free training. You can make a donation if you feel like it, but I'm basically going to be decoding like entry-level socialism 101. So if you want like a refresher course, or if you're just brand new to socialism, I'm going to give you the basics of what you need to know to decode and learn how to speak socialist. This is going to be a private webinar event. You're going to get a chance to ask questions, stuff like that. You can sign up for the training for free by visiting the Substack, which again is Carlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. We do play bingo on Socialism Saturdays, so let me drop the bingo card in the chat. There it is on YouTube. There it is over on Rumble. Once you get your bingo card, just click generate card, and every card is unique. You get a free square in the middle. Then we go for lines or we go for corners. Once you get your bingo, make sure you shout it out in the chat. You don't win anything, but we will give you a hearty round of applause. And then once we go for once we get our bingo, we go for blackout bingo after that. Of course, on our socialism bingo card, you have solidarity twice for the sake of equity, or just because I haven't updated the card since I made it. It's just the way it goes. And so grab your bingo card now. Last announcement that, of course, another way to support the work I'm doing is by heading over to the Unwoke Art store, which is unwokeart.com, where we have lots of great merch, including the Socialists Always Lie t-shirt. I've also got the Be Bourgeois t-shirt, which is a favorite. Actually, Jan got the Be Bourgeois t-shirt in purple, and she posted a picture on Twitter, and it looks effing great. I underestimated how good this shirt was going to look in purple. I'll tell you that. I'm going to be getting a purple one for myself. But you can get that in the Unwoke art store. Now, the reason I bring up the Socialists Always Lie t-shirt is this t-shirt was inspired by our resident socialist on the channel. Her name is Autumn. If you see Autumn show up, Autumn is a socialist. She hangs out. She is our pet socialist. She's a pain in the ass. She tries to be disruptive, but every once in a while, it's useful to have a socialist around. And so we keep her around. And Autumn was the inspiration for this Socialists Always Lie t-shirt, because if you see Autumn show up, just keep in mind that she's probably lying. Here she is. Hi, Autumn. But I am not the only one who has created a piece of merchandise in honor of Autumn. We also have our resident goddess, Sin. Sin has a new merch line. Yeah, that's not going to happen, but you should tell him that, but I don't think that's going to happen. Our resident goddess Sin has a new merch line called Sin Scribbles. I just put the link in the chat and I'll drop it in again. But Sin has also created a merch line in honor of Autumn. She's got t-shirts, she's got mugs, she's got bags, she's got stickers. And just to bring this mug up a little bit, this has a haiku dedicated to Autumn. It's called Communist Poetess. Clearly, she is a ballad, spouting her unrhymed thought forms thunder in the stream. So there's our communist poetess, courtesy of the one, the only Sin. And I definitely recommend subscribing to Sin. She's a great writer, great member of the community. We love her to death. And so Sin, there you go. We appreciate you. All right, guys, with all that out of the way, lots of preamble today. Let's get down to business, shall we? I need everyone to mount that like button for me. There is a shocking disparity between the number of people watching right now and the number of people who have mounted that like button for me. You can do whatever you want to the like button. You can stroke it gently. You can kiss the like button. You can slap the like button's ass. You can do whatever you want, except don't smash it. We're not hooligans here. We're not Neanderthals here. We're adults. And so, definitely mount that like button for me, because that lets other people know to come and join us on the stream. And do make sure you are subscribed to the channel, because I stream almost every single day of the week, Monday through Friday at 5 p.m., Saturdays at 6. All right, guys, we got 2 hours to go. I hope you have a drink and a snack. Let's get started.
Heads up on what's left. We actually have 4 events left. That's all. We had to cancel the 6 p.m. event tonight. Predation Confronts the Decline with Robert Brenner. We'll reschedule that sometime in the future. But we are on tap again tomorrow at 1 p.m. The COVID Crisis and the Carceral State, with Dan Berger, Elise Thorburn, Brett Story, J.M. Wong, Megan Ibarra, and Nikita Oliver. And at 5 p.m., we're very happy to have the editors of a new magazine called Spectre Journal.
Spectre
which
is
I highly
crazy.
recommend. I'm a subscriber
Crazy.
myself. And their panel is called The Ghosts of Marxisms, Spectre Editors in Conversation on Crisis. And the idea behind it is devilishly simple. Everybody picks one quote from somewhere in the Marxist tradition on crisis, and they unpack it. So we get a chance to listen to Charlie Post, David McNally, Holly Lewis, Kate Joel Griffiths, Vanessa Wills, and Zachary Levinson. So that will be tomorrow at 5 p.m. And then on Sunday at 12 p.m., we have Borders and Contagion. We also have a June part of Red May, which is on Friday the 5th, and that will be after geoengineering. Dan Denver will.
Okay, Philip, this is 3 years ago. We don't need to listen to your announcement.
As always, next year's broadcasting, Red May Seattle YouTube at the description, because CC caption. But enough of this.
There we go.
Let's move
Thank you,
into
Philip.
the family, and it's abolishing right now. I want to introduce today's.
Yes, this is Sophie. This is our ginger dragon right here. Sophie loves me so much that when Sophie posted her picture from the Socialism conference on her Instagram, and I happened to be sitting in the audience, she blacked out my face. Which I thought was a really nice touch, Sophie, I have to say. I think that Sophie secretly watches my streams. I do. I don't know why, but I have a sneaking suspicion she's watching right now. Everyone wave to Sophie. Sophie wants it to be very clear that she and I are not in solidarity, so I'll make that disclaimer.
Narrator, unemployment recipient, and independent scholar, Will McKeithen. Will, take it away.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much to all the organizers, to Philip, to Sean, to Mahim, to everyone else who's been putting this together, and to all the speakers. And I think I'll echo a couple of the organizers who have said, like, this is something that I've been looking forward to for months. So I'm very excited. So I'm just going to kick it off and turn it over to the speakers. We're going to have Kathy Weeks, and then Michelle O'Brien, and then Sarah Jaffe, and then Sophie Lewis. And then we'll have some time for questions amongst the panelists, and then time for Q&A from y'all on Facebook or YouTube or wherever. So yeah, I'll just turn it over to Kathy Weeks. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to try to just do this for 10 minutes or so and keep my time for myself. So I want to make 3 or 4 brief comments or raise 3 or 4 topics of conversation. So I want to say something about the recent history of feminist family abolitionism, say something about what I mean by abolition, what I mean by the family, and then if we have time for something about what it would mean to have a dialectical family abolitionist project. So let me just say something first about the recent history of family abolitionism in US feminism. So the call to smash the family, as was quaintly put, was pretty common in the 1970s within radical feminist and then Marxist socialist feminist discourses. And they were trying to go after, again, family as a social institution and hegemonic ideology. For Marxist feminists in the 1970s, the family abolitionism was part of the critique of capitalism. It was seen as a necessary part of that larger critique of capitalism. So 1970s Marxist feminists insisted that Marxists needed a more expansive understanding of what a capitalist economy was that didn't just focus on the so-called productive economy of wage labor, but also examined how labor power was reproduced on a daily and generational basis. In order for someone to engage in the productive economy.
How is labor power reproduced on a generational basis? What does she mean by that? One of the reasons I wanted to watch this presentation is that we have more recently delved into social reproduction theory, which is essentially this idea that the family upholds capitalism because the family produces, quite literally, the future workers in the form of children, which replicate the capitalist structure in which we are all living in. I am drinking a strawberry cheesecake sour beer from Weldworks Brewing Company, Gabriel. Thank you for asking. I will not get too drunk because I'm an adult and I can control myself. Thank you for your concern.
Economy, they have to be fed, they have to be housed, right? So that they go back to work the next day, and you have to produce a new generation of workers and take care of the older generation that ages out of that system. And so a capitalist economy has to encompass both the system of production and what they call the system of reproduction. And the household has been a primary site, not the only site, but a primary site of this kind of reproductive labor. And this is Raina Rapp's formulation in the 1970s, is that the family is the way that most of us are recruited into households, right? So if the household is this site of cooperation for reproductive labor, the institution of the family is how many of us get recruited into household relations of cooperation, and how our roles and obligations to that household are determined. So that's what the family is. It's a kind of recruitment mechanism and a source of social bonding that brings people together in these household units. So this was the 1970s. In the 1980s, you get a dramatic shift in the feminist literature in the US on the family. And it's really amazing to kind of trace this. Faced with an incredible anti-feminist backlash, the rise of family values campaigns, among other things that happened in the 1980s, a lot.
So I see some of you kind of being like, so Flake here is saying recruited. So what they mean by that, I think, is that if people weren't born into this society in which the nuclear family existed, then it's not something they would seek out. So by virtue of being born into this society where the nuclear family existed, they are recruited into the current system in which they are just a cog in the machine to reproduce and uphold the capitalist model. Yes. Yeah, they do, because they believe that the family is a social construct, remember. So of course, like, being a part of, like, being born into a family would be recruitment into the family structure.
A lot of feminists renounce the early radical critique, and they're quite explicit about this in some ways. They say, this anti-family thing was not winning, feminists many friends, and we need to kind of tone it down. And it was quite clear that they needed to, and so instead of talking about smashing the family or abolishing it, they wanted to affirm the value of family diversity, right? So try to make the family a more inclusive kind of institution, right? Inclusive of some different forms, so single parents, for example, or gay and lesbian families, right? So it was this project of trading in the abolitionist critique for the affirmation of family inclusiveness and diversity. Okay, so, and since then, I think that's been the default position among US feminists. Again, not a wholesale critique of the family, but a kind of support of minor reforms and a more inclusive version of the traditional model. Okay, so, and what we're gonna experiment with here, or I am, and I think we're all gonna do this, is what a new kind of affirmation of family abolitionism would look like today. So what do I mean by abolition? As I understand it, and I'm kind of drawing on the prison abolitionist literature here, and particularly the work of Davis, there's two major thrusts of an abolitionist project. So the first is the focus on large social structures and systems, right? So in the prison abolitionist literature, they're going after the prison industrial complex, not just particular kinds of prisons. Feminist family abolition targets the family as a social and economic institution, not families.
That is what she's saying.
Each of which bears a different relationship to this family as it's juridically governed, legislatively declared, socially prescribed, and ideologically.
Okay, so I want to just get something out of the way, and this is not exactly what you asked, Kitsan, but like, this is something that's going to come up throughout this stream. So this is one of the common things that people who have not watched socialism or like read socialism don't understand. Because I know someone's going to say it on the stream, so I'm just going to preempt it right now. Someone's going to say something to the effect of, why are they participating in capitalism if they're socialists? Why are they trying to sell books if they're socialists? The Communist Manifesto explicitly says that socialists, communists, Marxists, and I use the three interchangeably because they use them interchangeably, so I'm using their language. It explicitly says that socialists are allowed to engage in capitalism as long as they are not part of the bourgeois, which is the property owner, the landlord, the landowner, the big business owner, something like that. So if you just have like a small little independent business where you're selling like t-shirts and books and stuff, that's okay. It might be petit bourgeois, but it's still okay because you aren't part of the bourgeois. So that's allowed because socialists have to live within a capitalist system. And so it's just the way it goes. Okay, so I want to say this. there's going to be a lot of you in the chat that's going to have the propensity to do something like this. And I'm not trying to make you feel bad or anything, Mr. Nobody, because I didn't lay this ground rule. I'm going to encourage you not to do this. Do not try to debunk the socialists, okay? The reason is there are millions of videos on the internet debunking the socialists, guys. If the only thing that you came here to do is to say they're stupid and here's why they're wrong, well, I mean, there are a million places you can do that, okay? Socialism Saturday is about understanding what they think and what they believe by listening to them directly. It is not about debunking it. And the reason for that is, if we were going to debunk this, we would literally be here all effing night. Okay? Like, that would be all that we would do. And we probably wouldn't actually learn anything about who these people are, what they believe, what they're trying to do. And so I want everyone to resist the urge to go into inner debunking mode, because it's already been done. We don't need to rehash it. We don't need to do it again. It's not going to change the reality that these people are winning. So this is about understanding our enemy, okay?
Defend it. So they're going after the family, not particular families that are kind of situated with either more or less copacetic relationships to that ideal. So first of all, an abolitionist project scales up for a critique of a large social structure, right? The family as a structure, not particular families or this family or that family. Second, an abolitionist project refuses reform as an adequate remedy, right? And that's the birth of prison abolitionism, is saying that reform of the prison is not enough. And that's what the family abolitionists argue as well. So family abolitionism is an ambitious and long-term political project. It doesn't settle for better families or just with, more equal rights within families, but kind of levels a much more thoroughgoing critique of the institution and the imagination of wholesale alternatives. So my definition of the family. So the feminists in the 1980s who backed off on the radical abolitionist critique defined the family narrowly, right? So they defined it as a kind of white heterosexual model with a male wage earner and a non-wage housewife. And they said that that model was already destroyed by conditions in some ways. Right? So that it no longer, like, feminists don't even have a target anymore. They argued that that was the target's gone, let's all go home in some ways. And I agree that legibly or, legally or culturally legible family patterns have changed. But I think the essential components of the family paradigm continue. And I think there are three of them, or I imagine three of them. First of all is a privatized system of household-based social reproduction, right? So that's the first.
What does that mean? Pop quiz for the chat. We do these often. If you don't know the answer, don't feel bad. What does what did she say specifically? A privatized system of social reproduction. What does that mean? Any guesses? I know there's a little bit of a delay between the time I say something and when you guys get to start to chat in. Well, Stuart, it does mean this. It does indirectly, but that's not exactly the right answer. But what I appreciate is that Stuart knew to jump in, and capitalism is usually the answer to everything. A privatized system of, yes, bot, the best student in the class today. That means families having kids. That means, guys, when two people are in love and they want to have a baby, like, it is literally social reproduction to socialists means families having children. And by privatizing the act of having children, what they mean is having children within the context of the private nuclear family, because they consider the nuclear family to be private property rather than public property, rather than collective property. And that's why they want to get rid of it. Okay? Does that make sense to everyone?
First definition of the family, a privatized system of social reproduction. Second is the couple form. And third is the privileging of a kind of genetically centered kinship or biologically centered kinship.
Okay, there's a lot to break down there. So in terms of the couple form, what they mean is that socialists want to queer the biological family, which they are going to define in terms of a heteronormative family, which means a man and a woman fall in love and they get married. That is a heteronormative family. Socialists also do not like when gay couples get married. They do not like when a man and a man get married or a woman and a woman get married and they settle down and they buy a house and they have kids. They call that homonormativity, which is basically the gays doing the same things that the straights do. And so they don't like that at all because that upholds the nuclear biological family. And then the third thing she says was that the family is genetically centered around biological kinship. Okay. Anytime you hear the term families of choice, what socialists want to do is they want to go from a model of the privatized nuclear family, whether that be heteronormative or homonormative or whatever, and they want to transition more to this model where you're creating these like families of choice. Socialists are very into polyamory. Polyamory, like having multiple couples, like maybe living in the same household, maybe not living in the same household, but they're interested in queering the family. So they're interested in like basically different kinds of relationships and different kinds of like familial units that have nothing to do with biology, that are not the traditional family structures like polyamory and things like that. Does that make sense to everyone? So anytime you hear families of choice, and by the way, families of choice are like a real thing, like that are separate from socialists. There's a lot to be said about having a family of choice because some people just don't get along with their biological family. Hi, I don't get along with my biological family, so I have a family of choice. It's the way it works for some people. But what socialists do is they take the idea of family of choice and they queer it, they twist it to mean something it didn't mean. So anytime you hear the term family of choice coming up from the far left, Jeffrey Marsh does this all the time. It's hearkening back to this idea of abolishing the family. Well, you know, polyamory is not limited to socialists, but a lot of socialists are polyamorous. So, well, it's like a lot of this stuff, guys, a lot of the things that socialists do, like normal people do too. I'm not saying a lot of normal people are polyamorous, but like you don't have to be a socialist to be polyamorous. However, socialists really gravitate to polyamory. It's like with Freud too. Socialists effing love Freud. They love him so much. There are all sorts of Freudian psychoanalysts that are socialists. It's not that you can't enjoy Freud if you're not a socialist, but socialists effing really love Freud. Really like Freud a lot. Freud was part of the Frankfurt School. Fun fact. Stuart, you, first time seeing your stream live. Thank you. Thank you, Stuart. I do appreciate it.
I'm not really sure which. So here I'm going to focus mostly on the first one, because I think of that as the most important. And I think what the couple forum and the privileging of biological centered kinship actually serve to support is that privatized system of social reproduction. And, you know, in terms of I won't say much about the couple forum or biologically centered kinship. But I mean, one of the things that they both do is to narrow our field of social relationships in a dramatic way. And that's why in a very famous book from the early 80s, Barrett and McIntosh named this the antisocial family, right? So the family is this, and they're really talking about the nuclear family, regardless of who's involved, this small, fragile institution that, not surprisingly, erupts into violence as a result, where we're supposed to, you know, have all of our needs for physical, social, and emotional sustenance met. And they argue that it, quote, sucks the juice out of everything around it, leaving other institutions stunted and distorted. And so, I mean, that's part of the critique of the couple forum and that genetically centered kinship. It sort of It makes other kinds of relationships less robust and seem to be less. But the key to the institution, as I see it, is the way it functions as a privatized system of social reproduction. So the family codes the reproductive labor that happens there, the care of ourselves, of an older generation and a younger generation, the care of the community, all of the kind of practices of care.
So one of the major arguments that socialists make, and you're already seeing Kathy start to make this argument, is that the nuclear family is bad because it privatizes care. When they say care, they mean care for little people, care for the sick, care for the elderly. There is a reason that socialists want universal health care, because they do not believe that care should be privatized. They believe that care should be provided to the public by mommy and daddy government, and that's the way it goes. And one of their arguments against the nuclear family is that the nuclear family privatizes care. What that means is that your parents are the ones charged with taking care of you. When you're elderly, your children are the ones taking care of you, your biological children, right? And so they think that that is fundamentally unfair because some people are born into different family situations than the others, and they believe that by collectivizing care, having it be part of the public good, then everyone is going to get a higher level of care, which of course has worked just great in countries with universal health care. We all know that those systems never go wrong, but that's what she's talking about here when you're going to hear this argument over and over and over again about the privatization of care. They're trying to frame abolishing the nuclear family in terms of like everyone deserves to be cared for, and they'll be cared for better if the public is in charge of providing care to everyone.
That are crucial to reproducing ourselves. The family codes it as its own responsibility, for which it should not expect much in the way of economic support, social services, or time off waged work in order to complete. The privatization of care is what the family, I think, delivers. And I think it's of enormous benefit to capital, because this caring labor is provided mostly free of charge, disproportionately by women in the moments left outside of income generating work. This is enormously beneficial for, I think, a capitalist system of production and reproduction. So as a result, the mere affirmation of family diversity is not enough. Right. So the problem is not just that this family is historically a white family, a bourgeois family, a heteropatriarchal family, a settler family. Right. The problem is also that it's a privatized site of social reproduction. And that's why it's so hard to dislodge. And that's the site of its functionality and why it keeps sort of perpetuating itself. So where am I? Let me just say one more point then. So a dialectical approach to the family and family abolitionism has to recognize the contradictions at the heart of the family in the US today, right? Because everything that I've said about the family doesn't.
I just want to remind people, I'm sorry, I was dealing with an issue with one of my streaming sites. Apparently I'm not live on Odyssey, so sorry for everyone who wants to watch on Odyssey. But I just want to make sure people understand, every time you hear the term white or whiteness or white supremacy, it does not mean skin color, it means capitalism. Every single time, there is no instance, there are 0 instances in which socialists use the term whiteness, white supremacy, anti-racism, etc., anything that sounds like it's about skin color. It is not about skin color at all. It is always about capitalism, okay? So you need to start, when you're watching socialism, you need to start learning how to interchange those words in your head. So if she says white, the white nuclear family, capitalist nuclear family, every time.
Mean that it's not a site of solidarity and it's not the source of pleasures and desires. It is those things too. And that's what I meant about this dialectical view. It's both and in many ways, right? It is at once a welcome sanctuary for many people and a trap. And that's what I think we have to hold together in some ways. More specifically, I think the institution of the nuclear family originated as a white settler bourgeois
Capital.
heterosexual and patriarchal institution. And it was then imposed by the state, society, and capital on the formerly enslaved indigenous peoples, waves of immigrants, right? But it has also served those groups as a kind of fence against the state and society and capital, a fence against a racist state and a racist society.
Hang on. Alexa says, do you think that the uninitiated socialists take the term white literally, though? No, I don't. I know it means capitalism, but a lot of young kids LARP socialism and parrot the language. What you're talking about, Alexa, are useful idiots. You're not talking about socialists. Here's the thing, guys. Socialists exist in the real socialists exist in these echo chambers where they're only ever around other socialists. They have all sorts of socialist meetings. They have socialist book clubs. They have socialist cliques. I promise you that it is not the left who is confused about white meaning capitalism. They use it in that context all the time. Just go on to Twitter, go X, whatever, X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, which I will always call Twitter. Go on to Twitter and just search for the terms whiteness, capitalism, and see how many tweets come up that literally have whiteness and capitalism in the same sentence. The left completely understands this. Who does not understand this is the right. The conservative right are the ones that perpetuate the idea that whiteness is about skin color. It's not coming from the left. It's coming almost exclusively from the right. This is why the left runs headlines like in the Los Angeles Times that calls Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy. Trust me, they're not confused. They're flat out saying that a very black man can be a white supremacist. And they've done this over and over and over and over and over again. It's not the left that takes this term literally. It is the right that takes this term literally and then misdefine it in popular culture. Stephen, thank you for the super chat. It's not enough, it seems, that the bourgeois family that Marx criticized and wanted to abolish has surpassed that idea today. The target has been increased. Would Marx agree with socialism today? I mean, that's a good question, Stephen. I haven't read enough Marx to really know the answer to that. But that is a good question, and I would look for people who says who actually I don't read their literature. Like, I'm not James Lindsay. I don't read their academic literature unless I'm absolutely pushed into a corner and have to. I watch their trainings, and so what I know comes from actually seeing them in the real world. But if people have ideas about that, let us know, because I think this is a really interesting question. I just don't know the answer to it. Thank you for the super chat, though. Yeah, they call Vivek a white supremacist too. They call Vivek a white supremacist fascist. Want to know why? Because fascism means capitalism. I have videos of socialists saying that fascists are free market capitalists, and Vivek is one of the ultimate capitalists in the moment. They really do not like Vivek at all. Yes, Michael, it is the same when they say white supremacists. It is when every single time that socialists use the term whiteness, white supremacy, anti-racism, anything to do with race, it is always about capitalism. It is never about skin color. Always about capitalism.
Society and racist capital in some ways, a space of refuge. So it was both imposed upon as a means of discipline, right, and a way to kind of normalize and to be able to judge negatively the hybrid family forms that result. It's a mechanism of discipline and homogenization and to privatize the labor that happens there. But it's also, for many people, a welcome refuge, right, from other kinds of, equally abominable sort of forces on the outside. And that's what I meant about the dialectical view. I think we have to hold both aspects of the current family together when we pursue this abolitionist critique. So that's me. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kathy. So now I'm going to turn it over to Michelle O'Brien.
Thank you, Will, and thank you, Kathy.
By the way, Michelle O'Brien, M.E. O'Brien, was at the Socialism conference, and she just published a new. Oh, I'm sorry, they published a new book called. I think it's literally called Abolition of the Family, Communizing Care or something like that. So this book has been published within the last couple months. This was several years ago, but you should have seen M.E. O'Brien at the Socialism conference because M.E. O'Brien was glowing with pride at the publication of the book about abolishing the family and communizing care. And M.E. O'Brien is a smart person. Don't let the weird non-binary kind of socialist appearance fool you. M.E. O'Brien and Sophie Lewis are very smart people. They're not stupid, okay? They just have crazy ideas.
I appreciate everyone who organized this panel and my fellow panelists whose work I really admire and appreciate. So we're asked to keep this short, so I'm going to start off and briefly summarize 2 recent articles I published on family abolition. I summarized them at greater length in previous panels in Resume, but I'm going to try to keep this very succinct, and then sketch the kind of implicit definition of family that I'm using.
They're like best friends.
And how this framework or that I'm using, I think, helps move past some of the impasses in some of the debates on family abolition, particularly by its critics. And then if I have time, I'll talk at the end a little bit about why I think this framework is increasingly resonant with queers and feminists. So I published 2 articles in the last year. They both are online. The long one is in Endnotes, a communist journal, and it's a history of the demand to abolish the family, surveying its multiple meanings since the Communist Manifesto, looking at Marx and Engels seeking to abolish the family as an attack on bourgeois society, Kollontai looking to collectivize reproductive labor and produce gender equality, and then the attack.
Oh, shit. I've never heard someone say that. Hang on. What did M.E. O'Brien just say? Looking to collectivize reproductive labor. I totally missed that. I completely missed that the last time we watched this. I mean, it was a long ass time ago that we watched this. They're looking to collectivize reproductive labor. What does that mean? Pop quiz for the chat. What does that mean? What does collectivizing reproductive labor mean? Does mean abolish the family, H-Tom, but like more specifically than that, the giver, surrogacy, baby pods, test tube babies, surrogacy, handmaidens, exactly, surrogacy, exactly. So, if you've ever seen a dystopian movie, like this past week for movie night in my Discord, we watched The Giver. The Giver is a great movie. It's also a great book. You should all read it and or watch it because The Giver, listen, I hadn't seen The Giver until until this was the first time I had seen The Giver since I got into all this Abolish the Family stuff. The Giver is Abolish the Family. In The Giver, all of the children are born in the collective, in birthing pods, and then they are distributed to the families as the state wants to distribute them. This is not the only dystopian movie where this happens. This happens in Brave New World, where the children are grown and raised by the collective. It happened in Logan's Run. They were trying to do it in 1984. In 1984, they had ArtSem, which they were trying to eradicate the orgasm and have like basically like sexless like relationships because they wanted to like artificially create society. So pretty much every single dystopian movie has this idea of collectivized reproductive labor. This is something these people are talking about. It's not a joke. They want to do it for real.
And produce gender equality, and then the attacks on the family in the 1960s and 70s by Black women, gay liberationists, radical feminists, some of what Kathy was referring to. And I offer a periodization of really seeing that these multiple and very contradictory meanings of a critique of the family as embedded in the transformation of the working class family with communist development, and particularly the rise in the 1890s and fall in the 1960s and 70s of the viability of a male breadwinner family form for the upper tiers of the working class, and how that provides some leverage for making sense of these different meanings of the family. And then if the endnotes piece is about the history of the term to abolish the family, the piece in Pinko, a communist journal I help edit, is about a potential future of its meaning. And there I argue that protest kitchens are one of many prefigurative institutions or practices that emerge in direct insurrections against the state, that collectivize reproductive labor, begin to break apart and reform different kinds of kinship bonds between people, and that they embody the potential of an unfolding communizing revolutionary process.
So what Emmy O'Brien is talking about there are like, so she called them I always forget what's the pronoun she uses. They called them protest kitchens. What this is, and Sophie talks about this as well, although I don't know if she talks about it in this specific episode, is so the idea is that you don't need a private kitchen in your household. What they want to do, their big plan for abolishing the family is to architect society in a way that pushes you into other forms of kinship. So the family congregates around the dining room table to eat a meal that is prepared in the private kitchen. And a lot of times dinner time is where like families bond around the dining room table, right? So because that's an element of like family bonding and like you know like where they basically hang out with each other, what they want to do is they want to get rid of private family kitchens to get rid of family dinner, and instead they want the food and the eating to take place within the collective. So like everyone goes to like a central location in the community where food is prepared by the collective and then eaten among the collective, so that you form other types of relationships that are not based on biology but more based on like people you want to hang out with and stuff like that. And so they think that by doing that, that is one of the ways that they will push people out of the biological family and into other forms of kinship. And if you want to know why Joe Biden wanted to get rid of gas stoves, these people really do want to get rid of the private family kitchen. What they say is, you're going to be able to keep your private kitchen if you want your private kitchen, but why would you want it when the food is prepared in the collective? Isn't it going to be so much nicer in the collective?
That could replace the family with
Oh,
large-scale.
Beth! Queen Beth of the chat. Spoiling me again, Beth. Thank you for the super chat. Comrades, fearless leader. Did you catch Neil deGrasse Tyson on trigonometry? I didn't, but I heard about it. You got to feature that. The best part is their faces when he's speaking the word salad. Stop by to show some love. Thank you, Beth. I was actually thinking about watching that episode of trigonometry because I did see it and I was like, was Neil deGrasse Tyson really on trigonometry? How did that go? So thank you, Beth, for the super chat. It's something I'm definitely going to look into. I appreciate it, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Was Tyson all word salady? Was he really? Of course he was.
Communes of a couple hundred people. So a block, a large apartment building, a cluster in the neighborhood, as the economic unit of consumption and day-to-day and generational reproduction. And then within that, people forming chosen families of whatever sort they'd like, but not as economic units. And I reference the work of Charles Fourier, a utopian socialist who envisions communes a little bit along these lines. Ultimately, in that essay, I consider family abolition as a means of collectivizing care or communizing
care.
So in both pieces, I'm really working with family primarily not as an ideological unit, and not just as a normative institution and not just as a collection of legal practices, but actually the bundle of all the different sorts of personal relationships that mediate access to the wage for those unable to work for a period of time. So for children, elderly, many disabled people, many people who are out of work, people rely on their families in order to survive. And they might rely on some state benefits or some other institutions, but those are ultimately much smaller and impersonal and in a certain sense. And then instead, people rely on direct personal relationships, often in the couple form, often parents, often children, but that can take a variety of different forms. And let's see here. So, and the family is an obstacle to human freedom, in part because it inherently bundles both necessary forms of care and an isolated propensity or capacity for violence and domination. Some of the forms of care that the
Hang on, someone is asking an interesting question in the chat, and I want to see what people have to say. So this is a pop quiz for the chat. I'm going to give my answer after the chat gives their answer. From an academic standpoint, I wonder why these socialists' appearance are so odd. Their looks are unsettling. Why might socialist appearances be odd? Because there is a reason for it. This is not an accident. Nothing is an accident. Why do you guys think? Why do socialists look odd? Not all of them, by the way, but like a lot of them. And even the ones that don't look odd, they have tried to change their appearance in some way so that they don't look what we would consider to be normal. Exactly, Bot. You're doing so good today, Bot. Because they're queer. Because they're queer. Because they're queer. They're queer. They're queer. Does it have something to do with queer? Yes, it does. Part of being queer. Exactly, exactly, exactly. And why are we queering things? Queer, again, guys, queer has nothing to do with being gay. Because there are a lot of gay people in the world that don't consider themselves queer. Queer has nothing to do with being trans. There are a lot of trans people who do not consider themselves to be queer. You do not have to be gay to be queer. You don't have to be trans to be queer. You don't have to be anything to be queer, because queer is not about your sexuality or your gender identity. Queer is only about a far left political ideology that is specifically designed, Ashley, to destabilize the system. And a couple other people had destabilizing the system as well, Shannon. Well done. When you queer something, it is an explicit attempt to destabilize the system. Remember, the 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever the same. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. When they're destabilizing the system, what they're doing is causing problems. They're going against what the norm in the culture is, specifically to cause problems, which cause people pain. When people have pain, they're going to say, what's going on? This sucks. And then these people come in and say, do you know what your real problem is? It's capitalism. Capitalism is causing all your problems. Why don't we try Marxism instead? Queer theory is specifically intended to destabilize the system. That's why they look odd, because they are queering appearance. They're queering themselves. In the book Transgender Marxism, in the introduction, which is the only part of that book I've read, I was supposed to read it like 3 months ago and I just couldn't get through it, but I promise I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I promise. But anyway, in the introduction to Transgender Marxism, they talk explicitly about top surgery as being the ultimate commitment to a far left political ideology, because it is an irreversible change to your appearance. By queering their appearance, they fit in with other socialist groups. It is a socialist cultural thing. That's why they do it. Stephen, thank you for the super chat. Makes you wonder about the open kitchen LR concept of 90s and 2000s homes. They're infiltrating school. This is actually true. They're infiltrating schools of architecture and interior design to push collectivism and abolish privatization. It seems make me wonder. That's actually funny that you say that, Stephen, because there was another interview that Sophie did. Sophie's our favorite Abolish the Family Socialist, in which she explicitly says that there are revolutionary architects that is actually a real thing, that they're infiltrating schools of architecture. There are revolutionary architects that are figuring out how to architect like living spaces and things like that for the impending socialist society. Well done. Thank you for the super chat. All right, just scrolling through the chat, guys. There we go. Guys, please do make sure you mount that like button for me. And if this is your first time joining us on Socialism Saturday, I do appreciate it. Make sure you're asking any questions you have in the chat, especially if you're new. Nothing wrong with being new, nothing wrong with being a beginner. But this can be overwhelming and it can be a lot. We will help you through it. We'll help you decode it. We still got a long ways to go. So please make sure you ask questions in the chat, and do make sure you mount the like button for me to let other people know to come and join us.
Family bundles together. That can be the daily laboring of personal or generational reproduction, a sharing of material resources, or an effective expression of genuine love and care. And it can be all of these things bundled together as a mediation for the wage. So this formulation is helpful for sort of trying to make sense or trying to face some of the critiques of family abolition. One is that it sees family abolition as the necessary restructuring of care to be more broadly available to people. So state services and commodity exchange are the two other ways that people manage to reproduce themselves outside of the family. And so the communist intervention, the call to abolish the family in a way that it has not always been historically, necessarily requires confronting not only the family, but also the market institutions of wage labor and commodity exchange and the state institutions, the racial state. So framing these things in these terms helps resolve some conceptual impasses. One is talking about state violence. So particularly for communities of color, the many state practices and capital practices have an intense destructive impact on people's capacity to form effective caring bonds. And these include mass incarceration, borders and deportation, the family separation at the border, excessive use of child removal by child protective services. And these
All right, I just got a chat over on Rumble. And I want to use it to make a broader point for people who are new. Someone over on Rumble, Ooga Booga, is saying their mannerisms, this is not a he, this is a they, their mannerisms and the way they speak remind me a lot of Bill Gates. Okay, I'm not meaning to pick on you, Ooga Booga, but I just want to use this to make a point. These people that we're watching right now are not related to Bill Gates or the WEF or Klaus Schwab or any of that. These are two completely separate groups of people. And I know a lot of people talk about them as though they're interrelated. They're not. These people are not funded by Bill Gates or George Soros or any of that. It's two completely different things. So I'm not saying that there aren't like some similarities, because I'm sure we can nitpick and say that there are, but I just want everyone to be really clear. This, like Bill Gates, WEF, those are Malthusians, okay? These are socialists, two completely different things.
Are in this formulation not at all forms of family abolition, that they are not generalizing of necessary.
Oh, they hate them in every way. They hate them
from their oppressive or dominating possibilities, but instead they're just directly undermining people's capacity to care for each other. Yeah, and as well, the increasing availability of commodity exchange, of commodity services to replace the family in our day-to-day lives is allowing people slightly more freedom in the choices they have about who they live with, but simultaneously at the cost of increasing domination on the impersonal dynamics of the market or an employer. This framing also helps think through or think about chosen family or non-traditional family or family inclusion, as Kathy referenced. So chosen family includes queer support networks, the many forms of kinship and support in working class African American communities, many different extended immigrant support networks. And all of these, I would argue that they actually embody a yearning towards family abolition. a recognition that inherited, assumed, or rigidly biological notions of family are inadequate for the complexity of working class life, and a recognition that we may choose to depend on some people for our survival, but we don't need to accept these as relationships of abuse or domination. And they have an insight in the form of chosen family that could have a revolutionary counterpart, that a free society would maximize people's ability to form chosen communities.
Layla on Rumble asked Carlin, why do you play their game and call them a they? I use the pronouns that people select for themselves because I think that everyone deserves basic respect and courtesy. If someone is not trying to gain power over me and they're just trying to live their life, then I do not feel the need to purposefully call them something that they do not identify with. I think that the names that conservatives play with pronouns are awful. I think they're disrespectful. I think they give conservatives, they give people no reason to align with conservatives at all. They're unnecessary. They accomplish nothing. It's like I get called the wrong name all the time. So if someone wants to call me a name that is not Carlin, and then they continue to purposefully call me a name that's not like if they call me Karen, 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 over and over and over again, when I've said my name is not Karen, my name is Carlin, that is just plain fucking disrespectful. And I feel like it's the same way with pronouns. It's the same way with anything else. I use the pronouns that people want to use because I believe that everyone deserves basic respect and courtesy. I do not play this game, guys. And also, this is the reason I'm not on any hate watch list, just so we're all clear, because I don't care if people are trans. It makes no difference to me at all if people are trans. It makes no difference to me at all if people are non-binary. Adults should be able to do what they want. It is their body. It is not your body. You should not be the one identifying them. That's why I call them what they want to be called. And in this case, I'm pretty sure that Emmy O'Brien prefers they, them pronouns. You can do whatever you want, but don't ever expect that people are going to extend respect and courtesy to you if you do not extend respect and courtesy to other people.
Relations and find creative and diverse ways of organizing childcare, elder care, sex, or companionship. However, as I envision it, a communist process of family abolition ultimately would need to not only transform and break through a sort of conventional, normative, heteronormative family, white family system, but also transform the organization and distribution of resources and labor that require a chosen family as an economic unit. So organizing general production relations based on kin, even chosen kin, would ultimately be a disastrous cultish ethno-nationalism and really not in any way a form of freedom. So chosen family are currently a movement towards the abolition of family, but that movement can, and if we're pursuing a free society, really must continue towards restructuring of the distribution of social care beyond kin altogether. And so I think family abolition is really resonating with a lot of radical, queer, and feminist people right now in a way that it hasn't in the last few decades. I think some of that is really for some of the same reasons that a lot of people are turning to Marxism, thinking about the economic crisis, thinking about some of the muddled conceptual impasses in queer and feminist theory in the 1980s and 90s, despite their many innovations.
All right, now we have people in the chat focusing on the fact that I call people the pronouns that they prefer to be called, and they're saying that these people are going to win because you're calling them the pronouns that they want, and they're crying like conservatives are prone to do. Conservatives, you are not going to win anything by focusing all your energy on pronouns. I'm going to tell you that right now. I want the pronoun conversation to stop. I am going to do whatever I want. You are not going to peer pressure me into doing what you want me to do, and you are going to win absolutely nothing by playing these games. You have won 0 elections by refusing to use the pronouns in which people would prefer you use. You have won 0 new voters to your team by playing these pronoun games. You only turn people off. You only drive people away. You only send more voters into the loving open arms of the Democratic Party. You are very literally getting triggered by a fucking pronoun. Move on. Thank you, Zally, for the super chat. I do appreciate it. Mr. Nobody, you're getting put in a timeout because you're not listening to the clear instructions I've just given you to move on. I am not going to have the debate about pronouns. It is not going to happen. You're in a 5-minute timeout. You can come back and you can think about the fact that we're not talking about pronouns right now. We're talking about abolish the family.
I also think that family abolition resonates a lot with certain elements of commonly held trans experience. And so the rise of trans politics has sort of opened up thinking about family abolition. And then I, as the particular thinker that I am, like family abolition because it provides a way of getting some concrete material social analysis on thinking about gender and sexual freedom, which have such profound psychological and cultural dimensions that I think are actually quite challenging to theorize rigorously, despite decades and decades of people trying. And that sort of seeing the family as an evolving social institution that people are struggling against and through and within is a way of really trying to get much more sharp analytical traction than we've had in a little bit. And I am out of time, so thank you. I look forward to discussion.
Thank you, Michelle, so much. Thank you. So now I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Jaffe.
Hi, me and George Michael here say hi because George Michael is...
So Sarah Jaffe, I just want to give some context to this. Sarah Jaffe's primary issue, to the best of my understanding, is not actually abolish the family. It's anti-work. So I'm going to bet that she's going to be focusing more on like work and reproductive labor and like all that stuff, because her big thing is like people shouldn't have to work. There is a whole anti-work movement within like the socialist left. We haven't done a deep dive on it yet. We probably need to, if I'm honest about it, but that's where Sarah Jaffe comes from, is like the anti-work stuff.
Is the pop music patron saint of family abolition. So he is behind me. So I feel like I'm kind of the weird one out here. I'm a journalist. And
Activist.
I am
She's not a
writing
journalist,
a book,
she's an
which
activist.
I will return to in a minute. But I wanted to start off because like a lot of people, I have not been able to think of much else other than the uprisings in Minneapolis that have now spread to other cities.
Hang on, we got Anna here, pretty new here, and this is great info. Thank you. If you get a chance, can you repeat the 4 points or whatever they're called? Yes, I can. And guys, I have videos of me explaining the 4 goals of the woke left. I also have articles on my Substack explaining the 4 goals of the woke left, but I'll repeat them probably 5 or 6 more times on this stream because it's what I do every day of my life, and I'm happy to do it until you guys memorize it. The 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever the same. Every single thing they do is to meet one or more of these 4 goals, which is gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. It is always those 4 goals. It does not deviate from those 4 goals. And you can find other videos on my channel or on my Substack that explain them. And I appreciate you asking.
Including Louisville, on top of the 100,000 plus people just in this country who have died of coronavirus, and how to connect all of those things that I'm obsessing about to this thing that I'm supposed to be talking about right now. And the thing that I'm thinking about is the way that collective grief is a way of claiming relationships way beyond the family. It's a statement of kinship. I think about when I was in Ferguson reporting my first book, talking to young people from the movement, and that was the first time that I heard people call each other fam, which can be singular.
The movement
plural,
is Black Lives Matter, which is Marxism.
And the way that, you know, of course, as Kathy and Michelle have already mentioned, this country's history has both imposed the family on and then devalued and destroyed the Black family. And so thinking about the way we can learn from people in the streets and the way they take care of each other to what a politics of collective care might look like.
Collective care.
So I'm going to return to that towards the end, but the book that I'm writing has its first chapter. The book is called Work Won't Love You Back, which is not surprising to anybody on this panel. And the first chapter is about how the family is a workplace, how the family ethic and the work ethic, indeed, I quote Kathy on this in this chapter, were shaped together, and how we're still sort of stuck with this idea when people talk about work-life balance. They're mostly talking about balancing between paid work and more unpaid work at home. So in that chapter, I talk about a lot of history that I'm going to not talk about here. And then I come up to the welfare rights movement, which I also don't have time to talk about.
I have a question over on Rumble, and I just want to do a shout out to the people over on Rumble. I got a great audience over on Rumble today, so thank you guys, and welcome to Socialism Saturday. I don't normally get this many people watching on Rumble, but I do appreciate it. So Ooga Booga over on Rumble says, question on queer word. Is that the word queer has been hijacked again as it was back in the 1980s? Yes, very good, Ooga Booga. Queer meant happy before, then gay in the 80s, and now it exclusively means socialist in the LGBTQ. It gets confusing. My girlfriend in college had gay friends, dudes, that would refer to themselves as queer. Here's the challenge with the term queer, guys, is you're absolutely right, Ooga Booga. That the term queer has been hijacked and reappropriated and hijacked and reappropriated. And there are so many different people in the world that have different definitions of the term queer. There are a lot of people who are not. I think of like, so there's this guy in New Hampshire. His name is Jeff. He runs the nudist community in New Hampshire. And Jeff, every time I say something about queer being a far left political ideology, Jeff is always right there responding, saying, Carlin, I identify as queer and I'm not a Marxist. And I'm like, Jeff, I know you're not a Marxist, but you're not understanding how the term has changed, because Jeff is very gay. And I adore Jeff. I really do. I think he does a great job. He is absolutely not a Marxist, but Jeff is one of the people, and I say this with love, Jeff, that uses the term queer to mean being gay, or it means something different, because that's where he came out of in like culture in San Francisco before he moved to New Hampshire, right? So I totally get why he's doing it, but it does get confusing. But we always have to keep in mind, yes, Jeff is a nudist. Jeff does the Naked Olympics at Porkfest. He's a good guy. We always have to keep in mind that when it comes to the left, when it comes to the far left, when it comes to the woke left, when it comes to anything non-binary, anytime you're talking about non-binary anything, that is the term queer is a specific reference to the far left political ideology. It's not that every single person who in the world who uses the term queer is a socialist, but anyone who identifies as non-binary, I promise you, anyone who identifies as non-binary has a foot in this community. They may not realize it, but anything related to non-binary has a foot in this. Here is how I would recommend you think of it. There are two different things that, okay, so queer Marxists, the ultimate goal of queer Marxists is to abolish the gender binary. They don't want men exist. They don't want women to exist. They want to completely get rid of gender. They want to create a world full of they, thems, a world full of non-binary people, because they believe that equity will only be achieved when we completely abolish gender and the gender binary, okay? If you have a gay person or a trans person, gay people and trans people uphold the gender binary, because you can't be gay or a lesbian or, quite frankly, even bisexual if you don't believe in the gender binary, right? That it's directly related to the gender binary. You're saying there is a thing called gender and I'm attracted to this type of person of this gender. That's what being gay or lesbian or bisexual means. If you're trans and you transition from man to woman or from woman to man, you also uphold the gender binary. Now, you might be saying that people can go from one to the other, but you mean trans in terms of transition. Okay, you're transitioning from man to woman or woman to man. All of these things uphold the gender binary. We like all of these things. If someone identifies as queer and they uphold the gender binary, they are not one of these people. Where the problem comes in is when people want to try to abolish the gender binary. Non-binary people saying, I am not a man or a woman, they want to abolish the gender binary. There are also people in the queer Marxist movement who use the term trans to mean transform or transcend. So they're not talking about transitioning from man to woman or woman to man. They're talking about transcending gender altogether, transforming gender. Those are all instances when they're going to be abolishing the gender binary. So that's the difference, okay? Does someone uphold the gender binary? Do they believe that there are men and women and they're different things and they're real? Or do they believe that gender doesn't really exist, it's a social construct, and we want to create a world of non-binary people, and that's a thing? So that's the question you should be asking. Does someone uphold the gender binary, or do they want to abolish the gender binary? If they want to abolish the gender binary, then they are using queer to mean a far-left political ideology. Does that make sense to everyone? I know that's a lot. Please let me know if you have questions.
About in the depth that it deserves here, but I do want to talk about a little bit because the women of the welfare rights movement, who were again Black women who had mostly been locked out of the welfare system up until the late 50s, early 60s, because of ideas about who was an appropriate mother, what kind of family was important enough to be valued by the state. They then created a movement to blow the whole system wide open and did a whole lot of good before they became the subject of a really vicious backlash. So aid to families with dependent children, the thing that we used to call welfare until Bill Clinton ended welfare as we know it, was a product of the New Deal, had its roots both in this idea that mother's main job was in the home, taking care of children, and also that people should go to work if at all possible. So there's always a tension at the heart of these programs. Means-tested social programs are the US's favorite thing, and they're terrible for this reason, and many others. But so welfare recipients were subject in particular to scrutiny about whether they were deserving, and often subject to like midnight raids to see if, you know, they were having sex or something. If there was a man around, of course, he should be supporting the family and the state should not have to pay for that. And the women of the National Welfare Rights Organization, pronounce it properly, Sarah, and its affiliates really rejected that whole idea that they should be surveilled and their relationships held up to scrutiny. They said that welfare was their right, that they had the right to parent without needing husbands, that they had the right to care for their children and anybody else that they were caring for as they saw fit. My dog wants to be heard in the background. I apologize if everybody can hear him panting. So the women of the National Welfare Rights Organization,
Dog wants a treat.
In some cases, some reports say things like, marriage and its fixed rules and obligations was a means for domination more than a means for expressing love. Mothers for Adequate Welfare, one of these groups, favored, quote, responsibility toward other persons and freedom to whatever extent.
I need to explain something to the conservatives that are, and by the way, guys, I use the term conservative colloquially to mean like everyone on the political right, okay? I need to explain something to conservatives. And it's not your fault that you don't know this because you have horrible influencers who have not explained this to you. Okay, so I'm not trying to make you feel bad or anything. When leftists say, we're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your children, the only reason they're doing that is to try to make you react. Leftists don't actually believe they're coming for your children. They really don't. I know that sounds bizarre given the context of what we're talking about today, but they believe that they are liberating your children from the oppressive nature of the nuclear family and their unsafe parents, okay? They believe they're liberating children. They're not coming to take your children. Most of them, I know this is going to be a shock, are not actually pedophiles. Most of them are not. I'm not saying there aren't onesie and twosies here and there, but let's be honest, there are also onesies and twosies that are on conservative rights, Josh Duggar, okay? Conservatives do this crap too, All right. So when they are doing things like going to a protest and running around chanting and saying, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children," they're doing it explicitly to piss conservatives off so that conservatives react and do something stupid so that they can then get you on camera doing something stupid so that they can then splash that all over the media to say, look, the conservatives are the unhinged fascists that we've been saying that they are. It is completely a tactic to bait you. It is not about anything having to do with what they actually believe. It is only about getting you to react. The thing that conservatives need to stop doing is reacting to every single thing that the left does, because anytime you react to what the left is doing, you are giving them what they want. I am in New Hampshire.
That responsibility allows, end quote, instead of a traditional family. Johnny Tillman, who was director of the National NWRO, wrote in an article from Ms. Magazine, "Welfare is like a super sexist marriage. You trade in a man for the man, but you can't divorce him if he treats you bad. He can divorce you, of course, cut you off anytime he wants. But in that case, he keeps the kids, not you. In ordinary marriage, sex is supposed to be for your husband. On AFDC, you're not supposed to have any sex at all. You give up control of your own body." So they probably would not have said that this was a politics of abolishing the family, but the groundwork that they provided was built on by the Wages for Housework movement and others. And it was an analysis that neither the workplace nor the family was a site of freedom at a time when feminists were sort of demanding the right to go to work as a way to be liberated from the work of the family. They were saying, nah. And they demanded a guaranteed income, and that guaranteed income, not in a way that we would perhaps want, but almost came to being in some fashion under Richard Nixon. So I always like to talk about this because we forget how quickly things have changed. So as Kathy was saying, they refused the idea of the privatized family, and they demanded public economic support for the way they wanted to live with their family of choice, however they wanted that to be. So welfare reform, of course, then comes along, cracks down on those demands, turns the welfare rights activist into the welfare queen, and Bill Clinton destroys the whole damn thing, including pumping some money that used to go into the pockets of low-income women into marriage promotion programs and funds for states that could lower the number of illegitimate, their words, not mine, births, of course, without increasing the abortion rate. So anyway, despite Bill Clinton's marriage promotion programs, by the 2000s in the US, just 59% of children are born to
That's
married
exactly
mothers,
right, Layla, over on Rumble.
In contrast to the late 50s when 95% were. So the family is, as people have already said here, falling apart due to material conditions. And it is the working class who is bearing the brunt of all of this, right? So one of the things that I am fascinated by is the number of working class women who are now making decisions, like this one woman who told researchers Naomi Kahn and June Carbone, "I can support myself, I always had, I can support myself and our kid, I just can't support myself, the kid, and him," being, of course, the father of the kid. So as Michelle was saying, the male breadwinner is falling apart, and these women are not really interested in taking over. So the coronavirus is a whole other set of things that I'm sure we'll get into in questions and answers. But I wanted to take my last couple of minutes to play with something that I've been thinking about and threatening to write about for a little while. For a little while on the internet in the last year or two, the hot topic was heteropessimism. And this conversation around, is heterosexuality doomed? Indiana Saracen at the New Inquiry wrote, "Heteropessimism consists of performative disaffiliations with heterosexuality, usually expressed in the form of regret, embarrassment, or hopelessness about straight experience. Heteropessimism generally has a heavy focus on men as the root of the problem. That these disaffiliations are performative does not mean that they are insincere, but rather that they are rarely accompanied by the actual abandonment of heterosexuality." End quote. So we're all sort of aware that something about the way that we're still sort of expected to couple is fucked up. But what is it that's wrong exactly? I've been threatening to write theses on the wife guy because a lot of women who date men my age and younger have had the experience of dating somebody with super radical politics right up until he wants a wife. So what I want to say is that I think in addition to all of the material conditions that we need to be talking about when we're talking about the family, I also want to suggest that a politics of family abolition can be a way to interrogate what's actually wrong with heterosexuality. Because much as it's fun to blame men, I actually don't think that's fair. I actually think that the long history of the family and all of these expectations that are piled onto what Michelle was saying so lovely, as the actual bonds of care that we make and want to make with one another. And we still have a hard time imagining heterosexual relationships that are not basically shaped like a marriage. So yeah, I want to wrap up, because I'm out of time, by saying, returning back to the people in the streets, to the rise again of the term comrade, which was very much out of fashion for my first 15 years or so on the left. And
oh, wow. She just put something together for me that I hadn't thought of before. So socialists really do call themselves comrades. We did a Socialism Saturday where we took a 3-part class on how to be the best comrades we could be and the history of the term comrade. You can go find it on the channel if you want. But like when you hear the recordings coming out of the Socialism conference where they're calling each other comrades, that's real. It's a serious thing. What just occurred to me though, and I hadn't put this piece together before, is that they're using the term. Okay, so comrade means part of a political group, right? It's like an honorarium in socialist. They're trying to replace the family with comradeship. Like this, the family of choice are all the comrades. How crazy. They're trying to replace the nuclear family with being a member of the party as a political form of like I don't know how to describe it exactly, but like they're trying to create like relationship, like a relationship of comrades where comrades are in charge of caring for all other comrades. Does that make sense? The comrades are their family of choice. Holy shit. This is why we're doing classic reruns, because I'm getting new stuff out of this time that I didn't get that last time. The Borg. It is very much the Borg. It is. It is a cult. Socialism is a cult. Autumn, you are in a cult. It's like the Moonies. That's exactly right.
And Alva Gottby, who was on a panel on the family at a conference that Kathy and I were at in September, who said family abolition is a politics of friendship. And my brain kind of went,
communal
so
family, comrades. Holy shit, Carol. The communal family.
Thank you. What a lovely way to end in the context of a panel.
They don't want to abolish the family. They want to redefine it.
Over to Sophie Lewis.
Sophie, we love you, Sophie. You're our favorite.
I too want to sort of open by paying tribute to those rioting in Louisville and Minneapolis in the name of George Floyd.
Remember,
and
this was in 2020.
And urging our collective solidarity and material support for the abolitionists and care collectives on the ground, such as Black Visions and North Star, trying to get people free during the pandemic.
Sophie is the best comrade.
Free, and by any means necessary. And it's, of course, kind of deeply appropriate to be talking about the abolition of the nuclear private household in the midst of this explosion of comradely Black rage and love. If there were such a thing as
Black rage,
real
Sophie,
family,
really?
in the sense of a dialectic of real families against the family, it's here to be sure.
Okay, can I tell you guys a secret? I still might do this. There was a moment when I was sitting in one of Sophie's panels at the Socialism conference and just trying not to make eye contact with her because like I was positive I have harangued Sophie enough online that I was positive that if I made eye contact with Sophie that she would recognize me. So I was just trying not to make eye contact. But there was a moment when I was like in one of her sessions at the Socialism conference where I was like, you know what I should do? I should make an AI illustration of Sophie and then put that AI illustration on a t-shirt with a giant heart around it and have abolish the family around the outside. I still might do that. It obviously, of course, if I put it on a t-shirt, it obviously would not really be Sophie. It would just be an AI illustration that looks, mysteriously like Sophie. She would be so happy that I was engaging in capitalism with an image of her. It would be great.
Or that we might glimpse it in the neighborhoods destroying what destroys them. That is to say, police precincts and condos. In the practical, tear gas related solidarity flowing in from Hong Kong and Palestine, and in the distribution hubs for looted goods that are enabling people to have and share for once, for free, some objects they desire and want and which make life pleasurable. As has been expressed more or less anonymously in the annals.
Autumn, I'll have you know that Sophie absolutely knows who I am. And I know that Sophie knows who I am because I have had several private exchanges with Sophie since the Socialism conference. She absolutely knows who I am. And Sophie and I are not in solidarity. We're not friends or anything, but we have had some exchanges. She 100% knows who I am.
Of riots, past and present, the burning down of living situations that are so poisoned by white supremacist
no,
violence.
Bod, I want to do it.
Not support mere renovation or retrofitting, can be seen as family abolitionist, not just in the sense in which they defy what Kathy calls the family ethic and the work ethic. Defy family values, moral productivity, and property sanctity, but also in the...
Sophie is in Philadelphia. Don't be confused by her accent. She's in Philadelphia. She's a visiting scholar at the University of Pennsylvania.
Sense that destruction of the infrastructure of destruction constitutes a real form of mass self-care, a risky expression of grief for a beloved stranger, which kind of, again, dialectically is what that word fam can kind of conjure, rather than a member of one's kin group, and a practice of unlearning domination, which for Audre Lorde was another.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Rottweiler. The family is also something that keeps average people away from cults. They are a big tool in cult programming. Family of choice is the cult. Well, I don't think that... Here's the thing, Rottweiler, and I think you might agree with this because you have nuanced takes as well. I don't think a family of choice is always a cult, but all cults is okay. The family of choice is not necessarily a cult, but all cults are families of choice. You know what I'm saying? You can be in a family of choice without being in a cult, but if you're in a cult, you are absolutely in a family of choice. It's like, not everyone who likes Freud is a socialist, but chances are, if you're a socialist, you like Freud an awful lot. Or not everyone who likes black and white line tattoos is a socialist, but goddamn, do a lot of socialists have really bad black and white line tattoos. I don't know why that is, by the way, but it's like there's correlation, but it's not necessarily 100% is what I'm saying. Sophie hasn't really said anything yet. She's doing the typical Sophie word salad, but I will decipher anything that she says of substance for sure.
A way of saying learning to mother ourselves collectively by refusing motherhood, amongst other things, motherhood as an institution of moral blackmail and individualizing discipline. So moreover, it's black radicals such as Hortense Spillers and Lorde and Christina Sharp and Saidiya Hartman and Alexis Pauline Gumbs and indigenous thinkers like Kim Tolbert who have, educated the left on this subject, not that we want to listen. For instance, on the liberatory valence of polymaternal mothering against motherhood, or the anti-black and colonial character of the logic of bionuclear familiality. and the idea that children do not belong to anyone.
Oh,
in the
good
face
one,
of the
Fuzzy
sisterhood of
Fuzz
Black
Warmy.
single
Good
mothers.
one. That's
So
true.
like binary gender, from which it is inseparable, the ideology of, dyadic parenthood and propertied nuclear kinship was invented in the image of whiteness.
Propertied nuclear kinship was invented in the image of whiteness. So let's dissect that one. What Sophie just said is propertied nuclear kinship is invented in the image of whiteness because they believe the privatized nuclear family is private property, and the private nuclear family upholds capitalism, and whiteness means capitalism. Does everyone understand? Private families are capitalist. The nuclear family upholds capitalism. That's what she means when she says that. The family was invented in the image of capitalism, or capitalism invented the family. Why did capitalism invent the nuclear family? It invented it through the gender binary because capitalism created the gender binary, which created the gender roles that uphold the nuclear family. And the nuclear family itself, through social reproduction theory, upholds capitalism because it is literally producing the next generation of oppressed proletariat capitalist workers under capitalism. Make sense? Whiteness equals capitalism equals nuclear family equals gender binary. Stephen, well done. Well done.
Specifically to enslaved and colonized forms of life. And the polemical way of saying this is that the phrase the Black family is an oxymoron, and that in America, at least, there are only Black families whose survival against all odds showcases the inconvenient reality that kinship, for what it's worth, is always made, never given. It's wonderful, I just want to say, and not at all given, that Red May should schedule a panel on family abolition. It feels a little bit like we, and I guess by that I mean the queer communists, have a foot in some kind of
The
door.
queer communists, Sophie.
As I see it,
really?
over the past few years, a small number of trans liberationist Marxists, mothers, queer utopian thinkers in various different lands and cities have started raising up again this banner of this centuries-old slogan, abolish the family. And then we found one another. And so a small but non-negligible resurgence in family abolitionist desire seems to be in the air. I also want to just note that there have also been efforts at recuperation of this already. I mean, it's difficult to gauge the
We got a super chat coming from Amelia. Amelia, I really appreciate that because I'm currently finishing up my audiobook version of Ted Kaczynski's Unabomber manifesto, which is really good. I've been meaning to finish this up for a while. I started the project of making an audio version of the Unabomber manifesto right after Ted Kaczynski died, and I just didn't have time to finish it because there was just like a lot of other stuff going on. I've been putting it off for a while, but I'm currently finishing it up. So I really do appreciate you sending in this super chat because it is something that's on my mind. Amelia says, currently doing an audiobook version of Ted Kaczynski's Unabomber Manifesto. Paragraphs 207 through 215 explain a lot of the leftist socialist mindset at a very simple, basic level. Might be a useful resource for new viewers. Amelia, I'm actually really glad you brought that up. Let me just show you guys something really, really quickly, and thank you for the super chat. I actually do have that on my Substack, so let me show you. Well, I'm currently reading an audio version of the Unabomber Manifesto for the Inner Circle podcast. I have under the Woke Mind series. Here it is right here. I have an article on the Substack. I will paste this into the chat. The Unabomber's take on leftist psychology. And it talks about that specifically, Amelia. It talks about all the sections from the Unabomber Manifesto in which he talks about the psychology of the left. Because, man, if you guys haven't read the Unabomber Manifesto, like, you can wait for me to finish the audio version. You can listen to Amelia's audio version. You can do something else. There are plenty of audio versions out there. But everyone needs to read the Unabomber Manifesto. I promise you, this document is amazing. I'm not saying I support bombing people or anything. I don't support that. But what Ted Kaczynski did in a time before the internet and how he pulled apart and analyzed this type of mindset and like it is so on point. It is so relevant. It is scary how relevant it is. I highly recommend everyone read it at some point. It is a reasonably quick read, but he was right about so much stuff that it's just crazy. So that's kind of the abbreviated version of like leftist psychology in the Unabomber manifesto. You can see I've got all the paragraphs there, kind of like enumerated. So I tried to do a really quick version of it. But of course, it does also have a link to the like you can find the Unabomber manifesto anywhere. It's freely available on the internet. I highly recommend everyone read it. Thank you, Amelia, for the super chat and for bringing that up. Here we go. Let's get back to Queen Sophie.
Response that our efforts have had in the culture at large. But liberal pundits from The Guardian to The Washington Post are suddenly publishing superficial criticisms of the nuclear family. And there was an incredibly racist 9,000-word piece entitled "The Nuclear Family Was a Mistake," published in The Atlantic by the New York Times columnist David Brooks in
Seriously?
February.
David fucking Brooks?
There are just a whole proliferation of these.
Wow.
They're all neoliberal calls whose fiscal motives are not hard to parse for a return to the extended family premised on marriage. And I could go on more about that, but even among those in better faith than David Brooks, and this is why I wanted to note that it's great that Red May scheduled
raspberry
even
sorbet
among those
beer.
in better faith, there is much incredulity, disagreement, and horror, particularly among straight and cisgender people, whatever their politics, around the content of this project, the meaning of both words, family and abolition, and the nature of the world conjured by that horizon. Abolish the family is a proposition that really triggers genuine trauma and brings out the most snarlingly defensive reactions and misreadings, not merely on the white nationalist right, but yeah, widely across the left.
Oh shit! God damn it! I just screwed that all up. Fuck. That was my bad. I meant to hit pause and I just completely lost our place.
People who are crossing the border.
I gotta find Sophie again.
Dystopian character of the present state of things, i.e.
That was totally my fault, guys. I am so sorry. But I wanted to answer a question from Reagan. What is the difference between social reproduction theory and abolish the family? All right. So generally speaking, social reproduction theory doesn't necessarily just apply to socialists and communism. It's a more generalized theory about like society will continue to reproduce itself. All right. However, socialists and communists, and I'm just going to use the term socialist colloquially as I pour my double raspberry sorbet beer, that is, of course, red. Socialists use the term social reproduction theory or the idea of social reproduction theory as a way to talk about why we need to abolish the nuclear family, because the premise is that the nuclear family will, by virtue of existing, continue to reproduce and uphold capitalism because it keeps making more capitalist workers within this system that upholds the gender binary that was created by capitalism. So the nuclear family continues to uphold capitalism purely by the basis of its existence. And so you can't get rid of capitalism without getting rid of the nuclear family because it's socially reproducing itself. So it's an application of social reproduction theory, but not necessarily always used in that sense. Does that make sense, Reagan? Let me know. All right, I'll try to find where we left off with Sophie. I apologize. Let's see.
Of battery and abuse and violence take place amongst family members and within the supposed multiplication of individual kitchens and laundries is
there's the kitchen thing. We didn't hear that yet, so okay. We're gonna go here.
Content of this project, the meaning of both words, family and abolition. and the nature of the world conjured by that horizon. Abolish the family is a proposition that really triggers genuine trauma and brings out the most snarlingly defensive reactions
We're gonna
and
listen again.
misreadings, not merely on the white nationalist right, but yeah, widely across the left, including in a very strange review of my book in Jacobin. I want to narrow down my standpoint really quickly by remarking that personally, I've always regarded family abolition as simply another name for reproductive justice, another name for queer Black radicalism, another name for communist feminism, another name for children's liberation, another name for
children's
wages
liberation,
against housework, another name for the Cyborg Manifesto, another name for queer insurgency. Not to mention actually the National Welfare Rights Organization, which I believe was a family abolitionist organization. To abolish the family is no more and no less than the simple, albeit as yet partially unthinkable, creation of a world in which, and this is a phrase of Michelle's, no one is bound together violently any longer. So it has nothing.
They consider the family to be a mechanism of violence.
To quote the Jacobin Review, tearing children away from their parents and parents away from their offspring. It's got nothing to do with expanding the commodification of hitherto uncommodified arenas of social life. Yeah, the critique of the family has many, many prongs, including the rejection of the fiction of genetic reproduction and the sociological observation that the endless multiplication of individual kitchens and laundries is, amongst other things, deeply unsustainable and maximizing of labor burdens among the
God damn it, I did it again. God damn it. How did I do that twice in a row? Hang on. Okay, we got to go back. The multiplication of kitchens and laundries. How the hell did I do that twice? Okay.
Nothing to do with expanding the commodity.
Where did I see that? I am so sorry, guys. I'm not going to do... Jesus Christ.
Name for communist feminism. Another name for children's Cyborg Manifesto.
Saw that. Cyborg Manifesto.
Michelle's. So it got nothing as many, and the sociological laundries is...
Here it is. She's talking about, thank you, Ryan. She's talking about how I know it's the beer. I apologize. We're 2 hours into Socialism Saturday. This is where it starts to go off the rails. But this is also where we get to the good stuff, guys. So hang in there with me. She's talking about like the proliferation of private kitchens and laundries. These are things that they want to get rid of because remember, these people want to communize everything. So pay particular attention. Anytime Sophie's talking about kitchens or anything to do with like private facilities, that is their way of like architecting their way out of the nuclear family.
And the sociological observation that the endless multiplication of individual kitchens and laundries is, amongst other things, deeply unsustainable. And
the multiplication of individual kitchens and laundries is deeply unsustainable. That's because they want to get rid of your kitchen and they want to get rid of your washer and dryer because they want you using communal facilities.
Maximizing of labor burdens among the feminized. And the statistic that the vast majority of many categories of battery and abuse and violence take place amongst family members and within the supposed sanctum of the home. But the thing to stress, I think, about our critique, and this is sort of beautifully already been said in myriad different ways, is that it really is, critique, not criticism. It's recognition that the family is simultaneously an anti-queer factory for producing productive workers, rife with power asymmetries and violence, and the sole source, or what we experience as the sole source of love, care, and protection against the brutalizations of the police and the market, work, and racism that many of us have got, again, or think we've got.
Hi, Reagan. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, as Kathy and Michelle have particularly stressed, this movement of family abolition is Dialectical, a movement of positive supersession from below, an extension of that which is good in the practices of actually existing proletarian love and care to everyone, regardless of how they live and love. And, you know, that's of course part of what I was trying to do in my title, Full Surrogacy Now, which is intended to be simultaneously a description of the dystopian character of the present state of things, i.e. there are always myriad, you know, surrogates constituting that supposedly autonomous organism, the white nuclear family, these racialized, feminized labors who are, in another phrase of Kathy's that I like, excised from the family portrait, you know. And at the same time, it's a call for the gestational
Hang on. I gotta take Bill's question. I gotta take it. Bill wants to know, why don't leaders on the right bring up and explain what the socialists are saying and the background meanings? Bill, I have no effing idea, but I have been screaming about this on the internet for over a flipping year now. And what leaders on the right, what people on the right do is they go, Carlin is crazy. Carlin is mentally unhinged. Don't listen to Carlin. Block Carlin. Don't listen to her. She's crazy. I swear to God. So I don't know why people on the right flat out refuse to acknowledge this when they're saying it out in the open. It's not even like it's a mystery or anything. I've been screaming about it for over a flipping year. So I don't know, Bill. Your guess is as good as mine.
Commune, by which I meant the world in which humanity would not be blackmailed into mistaking a very limited number of legally sanctioned individuals for their only truly dependable sources of care and companionship in life. The world in which we had actualized the knowledge that we are the makers of one another, quite literally, and had learned to collectively act like it. 1 second, I just wanted to remark polemically that while treat your neighbors as family is a popular and well-meaning sentiment, particularly in the experience of the pandemic, and it's also the slogan of David Brooks's social fabric project, which is called Weave, trademark. I want to submit that in a dialectical movement, we experiment with
dialectical movement,
you know, thinking of this phrase as completely wrong. If we want to make it into the next century as a species worthy of the name human, perhaps we will have to do much better than treat neighbors as family. After COVID, if there is such a thing, my hope is that we will treat each other, everyone, including our official mothers, with all the intimacy and tenderness that is due to strangers, or dare I say, comrades.
We love you, Sophie.
Thank you all
Thank
so
you.
much. Yeah, so I'll just start. I mean, at the risk of, you know, volleying something into the void that is.
You guys have made it basically through the first hour of this. We were only 2 hours into it, so we'll probably be streaming for at least 3 more hours. Congratulations. I just want to say though, so for people who are new, and listen, if this is your first Socialism Saturday and you're still hanging in, congratulations. The hardest part to get through in terms of Socialism Saturday is when they all do their pre-prepared remarks, okay? Because what socialists do is, like, for the first part of their presentation, they basically read off a script. If it felt to you like each of them was reading an academic paper, it's because they were. They can't speak off the cuff like I can speak off the cuff or like other streamers can speak off the cuff, because they prepare all of their remarks in advance, all right? Once we get into the discussion portion and the Q&A portion, this is the part of the presentation where they start to say a lot of the quiet part out loud, because they're going from their pre-prepared remarks to having to speak extemporaneously, kind of like off the top of their heads without editing it. When they are put on the spot and they don't have a script prepared, that's where they start to say the quiet part out loud. And so this is where it starts to get really interesting. So if you're still here, cheers, grab another drink and a snack. We're going to be here for a minute. And do make sure you mount that like button for me if you have not already. And do make sure you are subscribed to the channel. I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. And then we do Socialism Saturday on Saturdays at 6 p.m. On Sundays, I'm off. But for supporters on my Substack or YouTube channel members or Locals members or Patreon members, we will be doing a movie night tomorrow in the supporter Discord at 8 p.m. We're watching The Matrix in honor of Bot. And so if you want to join us, then become a YouTube channel member, join my Substack, $8 a month, $80 a year. Really do appreciate it. Let's continue.
Zoom. Are there any questions or points of connection that come to y'all's mind that you'd like to pose each other before we open up to the sort of general Q&A?
Whoa, hang on. I think I just got my largest Rumble rant ever. Is that what they're called on Rumble? Thank you, Gronzel. Gronzel just gave me $50 over on Rumble. Thank you for that. I think it's difficult to convince the masses these socialists are where the Democrats will be 2 years from now. Oh, I can prove that. Cons need to get it into the open now, then document the fulfilled predictions 2 years from now. Yeah, Gronzel, I could literally spend all my day making clips of socialists if I'm honest about it, like to prove this stuff. But like it really is just very provable. If you go back and you watch socialist presentations from like any time during the Trump years, those are the talking points of the Democratic Party today. Like you see their language show up literally all the time. The parental rights movement, the attacks on parental rights today are a direct result of Abolish the Family. They're inextricably linked. Queer Marxism, non-binary, all this stuff around transing kids is a direct result of Abolish the Family and socialist reproductive justice and attacks on the gender binary and all that stuff. It's all related. And so it is actually very clear, I think, when you start to listen to the language, because there would be no trans rights activists without these people. It wouldn't exist because they hijacked the term queer, not these people specifically, but the movement that they're in hijacked all of that. But I do appreciate the Rumble rant, I guess they're called on Rumble. That's the biggest one I've ever gotten. So yay, that's great. I appreciate it. Milo over on YouTube, thank you for the super chat. The left is full of organizers, thinkers, teachers, activists. The right is mostly a bunch of entertainers looking for clicks. That's why they don't tell people this stuff. That's exactly right, Milo. And here's the thing, guys. The heroes on the left are the activists. The right doesn't have activists. The right has one activist. His name is Scott Pressler. The right overworked Scott Pressler so severely in the 2022 midterms, Scott Pressler ended up in the hospital. He is the only activist they have on the right because the right shits on activists all the time. The right wants to put down activists. They don't want to be activists. They think activists are stupid and have stupid hair and like yell all the time because that's what libs of TikTok has told them. That's not who the activists are on the left. The heroes on the left are the authors, the activists, the organizers. They're the rock stars. They're the ones that people hold up as like the people that they all worship. On the right, it's failed comedians. That really tells you something, doesn't it? Failed comedians and failed actors are the heroes on the right. The people who actually get shit done are the heroes on the left. Thank you, Milo, for the super chat. And Tate and Sen, the exposure of Kendi now should help a little. Oh, no. The exposure of Ibram X. Kendi is not going to help at all. It's going to be swept under the rug. They're just going to move on to someone else. Same thing with Robin DiAngelo. Same thing happened a couple years ago with Robin DiAngelo. Robin DiAngelo used to be the patron saint of the woke left, said on camera that white people are racist a little too much. Then she just got swept under the rug and never to be heard from again. She kind of had a little resurgence there for a couple of months earlier this year. But like Kendi's not going to do anything. I hate to break it to you, Tate, and I really do. I appreciate the optimism, but it's just not going to happen.
Well, if not, I have a question. So I think, so we've got a couple questions coming through. And I think this is my favorite one, and so I'm going to start with it. And I think you could take this as a chance to knock down the greatest haters, or as a chance to sort of open up a bit more what you mean in this theorization of family abolition. So what are some of your favorite as they say, bullshit positions, you hear from socialists and communists in defense of the family form. And what are these comrades missing? So I think a couple of you have
Hang on, it's got another Rumble rant from Gronzel over on Rumble. I got a huge, this is the largest audience I've ever had on Rumble, so thank you, Rumble, for that. Gronzel says, excellent point that the evidence is already there 2 to 4 years ago. George Floyd videos would show this coming without COVID or riots. Need to get the cons on exposing it like you do. Do you guys know that the socialists call the George Floyd stuff, they call it the George Floyd uprising or the George Floyd rebellion? They've written entire books. We've listened to we've listened to discussions about them on Socialism Saturday. Look up George Floyd uprising or George Floyd rebellion sometimes, and you'll see they're playing all this stuff out, like far ahead of what the Democrats are doing. But it's going to come to the Democrats someday. With Ibram X. Kendi, basically what happened, and I know this because I'm paying attention to not only the story about it, but I'm an alum of Boston University, and I love Boston University, and I was pissed off when Boston University hired Ibram X. Kendi to run an anti-racism center. But now that anti-racism center that had like $20 million invested in it or something is completely falling apart. They laid off half the staff. There was an article in the Daily Beast earlier today from someone who worked there, basically talking about what a horrible leader Ibram X. Kendi was. And it's just beautiful to see. I'm going to cover it on the Substack, guys. So if you want to hear my take on it, definitely make sure you're subscribed to the Substack, because I do plan on covering it this week now that more information has come out about it. So I appreciate that. And then let me see. Kathy's first time here. Welcome, Kathy. If you're still processing, you're exactly where you should be. I'm going to say this one more time for the new people. If this feels like a lot of information, it is a lot of information, and it just takes some time. So don't worry if you're overwhelmed. Just allow it to process. Just sit back, listen. It gets easier over time. But it has nothing to do with you. It's just the way it is. This is what it's like when you learn socialism. Thank you, PT, for the super chat. I do appreciate it.
Gesture to the ways that some people react to the call for family abolition, whether it's a slogan or an in-depth book. But I'm just curious, what are some of the responses that you've heard, and what do those responses tell you about the state of thinking or the state of people's actual lives?
Should we all riff together? I mean, we're going to have a lot of awkward pauses because there are so many of us. I'll just throw out that it's an extremely important, question to deal with. First off, for example, the question of racialized families against the colonial state. So, in one of my first airings of this, of this idea, a lot of people were pointing out that at that moment, this is the image conjured in Nivedita Majumdar's kind of objection, children being torn away from parents at the border, right? The border from Mexico to the United States. So the idea there, and which needs to be dealt with very, non-defensively, because it's crucial and it's central. This is not a question of, somehow implying that like the racial colonial capitalist US border regime is practicing family abolition somehow by not respecting the kinship bonds, or in fact implementing DNA tests to sort of check for biological genetic status between migrants, as though, the fiction there being that were you to be confirmed as sort of biologically legitimately tied to your co-travelers, then the United States would be forced to sort of honor you as a family, as though that is actually how it works, right? And it's the opposite. I would sort of submit, but this can be done too glibly, but I would submit that in fact it's precisely part of the regime of the family that there be this kind of underclass and these surplus populations that are not dignified with the sorts of affordances and privileges and rights that come supposedly, but to everyone, but in practice only to a particular kind of class via the sanctity of family.
Yeah, I would just add to that, because one of the most interesting things about those people who are crossing the border is how many of them end up doing paid reproductive labor in the US, and how Laura Briggs's book is excellent on this.
Hang on, there's a question that I want to answer because I think other people might have this question too. I wonder how many people had traumatic childhoods and find answers in this ideology. Okay, I'm not picking on you because I understand why you're asking this. This is a right-wing talking point. This is not a left-wing talking point. We really need to make sure that we're distinguishing between the right's perception of socialists and what socialists actually think. This is a right-wing talking point, that the only reason that people would want to abolish the nuclear family is because they had bad families, they were traumatized by their families, they have mommy issues, they've got daddy issues, etc., etc., etc. That's all it is, and that's why they're socialists. No, that's not why it is. Now, it is true. Sophie obviously and clearly has daddy issues. You can tell that Sophie has daddy issues by reading the introduction to her book. It is obvious she has daddy issues. So I'm not saying that mommy and daddy issues aren't a thing. However, what you really need to understand is that socialists genuinely believe that the nuclear family upholds capitalism. That's why they want to get rid of the nuclear family, because they cannot get rid of capitalism without getting rid of the nuclear family. And they believe that capitalism and private property are responsible for all of the evils in the world, all of the hardships that people have, all of the pain that people have. If we can just get rid of capitalism and private property, we're going to have they literally do call it a Marxist utopia. Okay? They believe that the nuclear family is standing between them and their Marxist utopia. So, while it is true that many of them have mommy and daddy issues, that's not why they're doing it. Many people who are not socialists have mommy and daddy issues too, and we didn't all become socialists, did we? So you really need to make sure you understand the difference between what the right says about these people and what their actual perception is of why they're doing this.
Point, right, where she notes that so many people are
My
already
dogs
leaving
have
their
entered the
families
chat,
behind
apparently.
when they come to the US, because the people who will hire them don't want a family in tow, right? So if you want to live in nanny to care for your family, you don't want her to bring her 2 kids. A woman I spoke to for the chapter in my book that is on paid domestic work, when the coronavirus started, she's a nanny, and she was just a 9-to-5 nanny for this family.
Thank
But
you,
when the
Twinkle
virus
Rockin'
started, she
on
moved in with
Rumble. I
them
appreciate
and
it.
her kids. Her kids are a little bit older, so it was easier for her to leave them at home, but she's choosing to care for this other family.
Hey, thanks,
because
Pinky.
it brings
Appreciate
in
it.
money, because the other, choice with big air quotes around it is not get paid. So, we have a system that already only respects the family relationships of some people. So that kind of argument. The other one that I love, actually, which was in my notes, then I skipped over it because I was taking too long, is, the argument that I'm sure will be leveled at all of us here, that we are, academics and journalists and, bourgeois, blah, 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 pretentious academics throwing around big words, and the actual
Well, you are all those
working
things.
class wants nothing to do with this, which
That's
is why,
true.
of course, I spent so much time talking about the welfare rights organizers. And I really love in Michelle's endnotes piece, the history.
Can I just comment on the fact that Sarah Jaffe thinks that all working class people are on welfare? These people are so fucking bougie, it's not even funny. Like, in real life, they're bougie people. They look down on Black people. They look down on working class people. We saw this clearly when we were watching Wallace Shawn's video about why he's a socialist, where he looks down on working class people like truck drivers and like service industry workers and things like that. Like, Sarah Jaffe just basically said that all working class people are on welfare. Like, it's an incredibly elitist ideology. It really is.
Of the different options and styles of living together that the working class has had across history when not being sort of forced back into the nuclear family.
Kathy or Michelle, did y'all want to weigh in on this question? Sort of like common critiques or responses you get, what they illuminate for you? So to move on. So one of, Kathy?
I guess, so I'm thinking about like some of the responses that I've gotten, and some of this comes from, I'm interested in academic feminist work on the family. And I think, you know, some of the pushback that started in the 80s and then really took off into the 90s against the kind of family abolitionist project that I'm interested in was all wrapped up with an academic turn to the subject, where you always wanted to look at the subject, right? And this is a real structural project, family abolitionism, at some level. I mean, you're actually looking at kind of large social patterns and social structures. And there was a kind of academic move across a lot of disciplines in the late 80s and into the 90s and then beyond that really wanted to focus on the particular and not the general. Like, well, so what are different people's experiences in families? Let's try to dig down into the differences among people's experiences and what those families mean to them. And don't talk about these general kinds of structures. And then instead of talking about structures, look at the agency
Sarah
of people
Jaffe,
within families who are not just sort of the victims of these social kinds of forces. So there's a whole series of academic trends that militated against looking at the family as a larger kind of social pattern or institution and larger kinds of ideologies. So I think that was a general problem. And the way that I've gotten that it shows up in kind of political conversations is that some people interpret the call to abolish the family as an individual ethical mandate. Like, leave your family. Don't want what you want, you know, you leave the couple. Like, you know, I mean, and that's never been what it is. It's a political project. And as a political project, it's a collective effort to try to change some of the rules of the game that have shaped some of our, you know, intimate desires and intimate practices. So it's a really a larger, I mean, it's a different kind of scale of analysis. And I think some people aren't used because again, this subjective term, we're really used to thinking on different scales, an ethical scale about how individuals should act in their own lives and the differences among individuals, all of which are important. But it's come at the cost of being able to think about certain kinds of general patterns that impact people differently, of course, but also have a pretty powerful effect on some of the patterns that we see in the world. So those are the kinds of critiques that I've gotten that I'm starting to get frustrated by.
I think that also gets at my frustration with the heteropessimism discourse, which is like, it does make it into this privatized thing. Like, the solution to the problem of being heterosexual is that I should just choose not to be. And that leaves out all of the social factors and the whatever factors and one's individual desires, whatever those might be, and makes it into, again, a sort of personal ethical injunction to behave a certain way, and then one's sex life is somehow inherently radical. And that just
radical is a socialist word.
But you know, if
means far left ideology.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Michelle.
I think, you know, anxieties about family abolition come from a lot of different places. Some of them I think are really deeply psychological for people. Some of them are these issues of white supremacy and racial capitalism.
Hang on. Mr. Nobody says, what will they claim is the obstacle once they eradicate the nuclear family? If they eradicate the nuclear family, they win. They win. They get their Marxist utopia if they get rid of the nuclear family. If they eradicate parental rights, they win. No, do not pass go, do not collect $200. They win. If they abolish the gender binary, They get the majority of the population believing that gender is really a social construct and there are not men and they are not women. And we continue to see these trends where 40% of kids in schools, 40% plus of kids in schools are identifying as genderqueer. And they translate that to the general populace, which they conceivably could do within a couple of generations. They win. There is nothing else standing between they're standing between them and getting what they want. So don't think that there are no other lines of defense. If they get this, if they get parental rights, they win.
That I think a few of us on the panel already spoke to at some length, and we can say a lot more about. And part of it is that there is actually a deep set cultural, sexual, gender normativity and narrowness that's a part of the history of the left and the history of socialism.
Wait.
So, I mean,
they have a long-term agenda. They've been pushing for this in the United States for 100 years. The Frankfurt School came to the United States in the 30s and set up shop at Columbia University, and they've been doing their long march through the institutions ever since. They won the long march through the institutions. They were successful. They took over the institutions. When they took over the education, when they took over higher education, they took over schools of education, which meant they trained all the teachers for 2-3 of the last generations. Those teachers are now in your kids' schools. They own K through 12 education, which means they own the next generation. You think things are effed up now? You wait 10 years until the kids that are in public school now get out into the real world in force. They've been executing their agenda in a battle of inches for 100 years, if not more. They have a long-term agenda. They have a long-term vision, and they never stop. Every single day is pushing forward inch by inch by inch by inch by inch by inch. And they're winning. Make no mistake, for everyone who's new to Socialism Saturday, all you new people over on Rumble, and I'm really glad you're here, but I'm about to break your hearts. These people are kicking your ass. I know you don't want to hear this. I know that your conservative influencers are telling you that conservatives are winning. Conservatives are winning. Conservatives are not winning. Anyone who is telling you that is lying to you to get you to give them money. They are either lying to you and they know they're lying, or they are willfully ignorant about what is going on. These people are kicking your ass. And it's not even close. And if the conservative right doesn't remove their head from their ass and start fighting back for real, not memes, not making jokes on the internet, not owning the libs, if people don't start fighting back for real, these people are going to win, and it's going to happen within the next generation or two. That's reality. I'm sorry. I wish I had a different thing to tell you, but these people are kicking your ass up and down the playing field, and your influencers are lying to you and telling you that it's not happening. It is happening. That march ain't going to do shit long term because Canada is gone. I appreciate that a lot of people came out to a protest, but Canada is already gone. It's already gone. It's too late. Not coming back. A protest isn't going to change that. I'm sorry. I wish I had a different thing to tell you, but these people have institutional power. Institutional power is greater than political power. Every day. One protest, even if it's wildly successful, is not going to change that. I'm really sorry. I really am. Peyton, conservatives can't set aside race and gender. Well, if they can't do it, they're going to lose, and they're going to lose badly.
I mean, a lot of what I'm interested in historically is this unfolding tension over time particularly, I look at the Second International and some others between sort of trajectories. It's 7 o'clock here, so everyone's cheering outside. Trajectories of family abolition and trajectories of really seeing
you're wrong.
the family, the bourgeois
You're gonna lose
nuclear family, as
badly.
an achievement to be won by the workers' movement. That like the proletarian movement.
Okay. The first thing you need to do to fight back is to learn to speak their language and to learn what they believe and to learn how they see the world. And the very best way to do that is to do what you're doing right now, which is to watch them and to listen to them. And I'm talking, guys, like, register for that webinar. I have that webinar pinned to the top of the chat. If you're not on YouTube, it is on my Substack, carlin.substack.com. I will teach you how to speak socialist. I will break it down for you. This is a free event. No one has any excuse. I wanted to give people no excuses. Because, like, if you don't understand what they're doing, you will not be able to beat them. And I promise you, a lot of people on the right think that they understand these people. They do not understand these people. If you can't define basic socialist terms, like what white supremacy really means, why the gender binary was created by capitalism, why the nuclear family upholds capitalism, if you can't do these basic things, you don't understand these people. And I'm not trying to shame you. I'm explaining to you how you fight back. Here's the thing. If you don't learn what they mean and what their language is and what their ideas are, I can give you a boat ton of tactics and it will mean absolutely nothing because you will not understand them and you will not execute them properly. The very first thing that you need to do right now is to learn their language and to learn what they think and to learn how they see the world. Not some distorted right-wing conception of how they see the world, what they actually think. And if you aren't going to do that, I'm not going to give you tactics. I wrote an entire book about tactics. It's called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke experience in your life. You can find it in the description below or at activelyunwoke.com. You can get it on Amazon. It's on hardcover, Kindle, audio version. I wrote an entire book with checklists that explain what's going on, that give you things to do. But the fact of the matter is I skipped over a step in that book, in that you need to understand them. If you don't understand them, you aren't going to be able to beat them. And if you aren't willing to sit your ass down every single week for several weeks in a row to understand them, then no tactic I give you will be good enough. And Tim Pool is fucking retarded if he thinks the right is winning. Like, truly and sincerely, he's retarded if he thinks the right is winning.
Hated and despised the bourgeoisie, correctly recognized the destruction of bourgeois society as the foundation of communism, and then there coalesced the right kind of economic conditions, dynamics in capitalist development, political conjunctures, political organizations, and it became possible for proletarian people, for working class people, to emulate the bourgeoisie, to have a housewife, to stay at home. And this was an answer. It proved to be an answer to a profound question of social reproduction, the very high rates of infant mortality, the very high rates of there was a huge crisis of working class people in the factories dying before they were able to generationally reproduce themselves. And like the despair of living in these early industrial slums is really well documented. I mean, it was so nightmarish and people needed a way out of that. And for a while, it seemed like the way out of that might be revolution. And the way out of it that they found for some, it was only select tiers, was the bourgeois nuclear family, or an emulation of it. And that sort of sense, and that because capitalism is always destabilizing our lives, is always fragmenting our relationships, is always eroding our capacity to live decent lives.
Capitalism is always ruining everything. Capitalism is eroding our capacity to live decent lives. They really do believe this, guys.
That we are continually drawn back into this form as a necessary means of protecting ourselves from the horror of wage labor. And so this gender and sexual conservatism of the socialist or labor movement is sort of built into the dynamics of wage labor. And it's only in a context, I mean, there are all sorts of beautiful chosen kinship relationships that people develop in the world, but the ones that interest me most, and Sophie alluded to this in the riots, are the ones that people develop in the course of very high intensity struggle, because those are points where the role of the state, the role of wage labor, and the role of the family simultaneously break down, and the possibility of new systems of care that are barely even imaginable to us in our day-to-day circumstances begin to emerge. And that's the sort of, I think of a family abolition not being a sort of series of reforms that are possible within capitalism, although there are plenty of reforms that we should implement or fight for right away, like welfare expansion of cash transfer.
For everyone calling this person a man, this person's name is Michelle.
Transfer benefits, among many other things, but family abolition as something that can only occur in the course of an unfolding revolutionary process.
I'm being greedy, but I wanted to throw out a couple more things, if that's
Please,
okay.
yes.
Like, it seems to me that, like, listening to everyone, it reminded me, I've had the experience over, 15 months of sort of
Hang on.
pushing my ideas of
Hang on. As they talk on Zoom, that is due to a satellite and a company created by capitalism. Again, guys, socialists are allowed to engage in capitalism. It's literally in the Communist Manifesto. Please learn this. It is literally in the Communist Manifesto that socialists are allowed to engage in capitalism because they live in a capitalist society and they need to survive within a capitalist society. This is why we learn. This is an example of a right-wing talking point. It's not a left-wing talking point. And it fundamentally misunderstands who these people are and why they do what they do. Don't mean to pick on you, but that's just the way it goes. Grozel over on Rumble says struggle equals revolution. That is correct. Every time they say struggle, that means the perpetual revolution. And it's a revolution that will never end. The revolution is perpetual.
Of really so my first response to people's objections was to really actually tone down the scariness. So people go, oh my God, don't you, like, like Kathy said, you're coming for my family or whatever. And I would obviously be like, no, you completely don't understand. This is a structural, but actually over time, it's funny. I realized that you can go a little bit too far down that route. People are scared. And I in a sense, it's true. I am not coming for your husband and your children or whatever, scary, queer feminist. But actually, if we cede too much ground in the kind of with the aim of not being scary, then I think we end up blurring the distinction between our communist project and the kinds of takes that, as I pointed out, are now proliferating somewhat for interesting reasons that I'd be interested in discussing. Like, could we discuss the reasons why a sort of centrist and liberal feminist discourse might appear that talks about how insufficient or fictional the nuclear family.
Okay, I'm going to point out Ashley's chat because I think other people might be having this challenge as well. I have a hard time wrapping my mind around how these people can come to the point where they think their ideas are good. Ashley, they would say the same of you. They would say exactly the same thing of you. They would say exactly the same thing of me. They'd say exactly the same thing as anyone here. Socialists believe their ideas are good because they have fundamentally different values than we do. They are not stupid. They are not mentally ill. They are not insane. This is not a part of some deeper trauma that they're experiencing. They have fundamentally different values, and they see the world in a fundamentally different way than we do because they have fundamentally different values. So every single person who says this about socialists, that you can't, how can they possibly think this is a good idea? They would say exactly the same thing as you. Think about that. And then you'll understand why they think this. Because it's just a different way of seeing the world that is completely separate from what you believe is true. And by the way, you believe things that are not true. I guarantee you, as someone who went on a pretty public red pill journey, I guarantee you that you believe things that are not true. And you're going to find out someday, oh, that thing I thought was true is not true. And that's when you start to wrap your head around the idea that different people have different values. It's just the way it goes. Different people have different life experiences. They have very different life experiences than you do.
Is so as to short circuit a more revolutionary feminist kind of structural critique of the family. And what is the difference? Does it boil down to sort of the primacy of a kind of marital biogenetic prosperity ensuring legal bond, or what does it depend on? But and the other main thing, and I've noticed on the YouTube channel, a very, very common question and anxiety is just about that word abolition, which we didn't fully necessarily unpack yet, which I believe we are all using and implementing in the sense of Ruthie Wilson Gilmore's prison abolition, which she patiently explains is not about the simple negation or destruction of particular infrastructures or practices, but on the contrary, a building and a proliferating and a kind of growing of the world in which prison and relations of carcerality are unthinkable. So that is important to say. Abolition gets heard as sort of a taking away of your children, even, right? And that's hugely triggering for, in particular, in fact, racialized populations whose children get taken away systematically by the capitalist state. But it's on the contrary about extending the experiences of proletarian love and care that we have found, despite and against everything, to everybody in a non conditional and non-compulsory way. But I think we need to understand how unthinkable it is for many of us, and I think I include myself in this, to imagine a non-Oedipal subject, very difficult to imagine, a world of true abundance and provision, very difficult to think about, and it's scary. The unthinkability of a world where children are subjects and participants in our politics, and in relationships. These are some of the, so they're not my least favorite objections, but they're real. They're real.
I want to say a little bit about abolition. So I use abolition in this really precise mark.
Just to be really clear, there is no toleration for anti-Semitic bullshit on this chat. None at all.
Marxist sense that he takes from Hegel comes from the German word he uses, that it's simultaneously to destroy, to lift up, and to preserve. That it's all three. And they're one word in German. It's fascinating. And that's what Marx means, right? And so I think of that as a breaking open of the family to free and unleash what's good in it, and to generalize that, as Sophie said, into this social body as a whole. So to make the necessary forms of care available to everyone unconditionally. And for a little while, I thought...
Hang on. I have a chat over on Rumble that I wanted to speak to. Rumble says, Melita on... Melly... I don't know how to say your name. I'm going to just call you Mel over on Rumble. I live near Portland, Oregon. This Zoom call is what you hear every day in nearly every coffee shop in the metro area. Guys, one of the reasons that I play long form socialist videos is because I want you to hear how they talk. It is true that we can listen for language that is consistently used by socialists over and over and over again. Things like abolition, liberation, radical, struggle, things like that. Words that I'm not saying other groups don't use them, but socialists use those words a lot. And so if you hear someone saying words like if you hear someone saying like typical socialist words, chances are they're a socialist. But I also want you to listen to the cadence of how they speak, the tone in how they speak, because it is very, very specific. It's very academic. It's very nerdy. And what I want you to do is to be able to pick it out and identify it when a socialist shows up in the real world. Like when you have when they show up in your workplace, when they show up in a coffee shop, when they show up at your kid's school, when they're your kid's teacher, stuff like that. Because if you listen to socialists over and over and over and over and over again, you will eventually learn how to identify when socialists show up in your real life. Because I promise you, they're not going to announce that they're socialists in your real life. But if you listen to the language and how they speak, which is very specific, it is not of the way that like most people speak. Then when they show up in your workplace or they are your kid's new teacher, you're going to be like, you're a socialist, danger, 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 danger. And then you can keep an eye on that person to really make sure they don't F things up. Okay? That's why we listen to this. It's one of the virtues of it. So, Mel over on Rumble, like the fact that you can identify that the people in this call sound like the people you hear in a coffee shop every day, that is exactly the point.
That this sort of German word abolition was in contrast to anti-slavery abolitionists in the United States. And for a little while, I was like, well, it's a problem of translation and got to explain it. And actually, W.E.B. Du Bois spent a lot of time studying Hegel, and he was very interested, and he wasn't the first anti-slavery abolitionist to do this, very interested in how the abolition of slavery would require the creation of new institutions of Black survival and Black flourishing, and that process was simultaneous. It is both a destruction and a freeing of Black people's capacity to care for each other and reproduce themselves and to work towards freedom. And that abolition has this tension that is sort of linguistically there in the German, but also there in our own legacy. That it's a freeing, an unleashing, a generalizing, as well as a destruction.
On that note, it makes me think of Tara Hunter's amazing book, To Enjoy My Freedom, which is about Black women, domestic workers in the South after abolition. And it's about their work and the first washerwomen's strike in Georgia and many other things. But it's also about the ways that they found, even in these horrible working conditions still, to enjoy their freedom and to make relationships. And it's just a beautiful book and everyone should read it. It also makes me think, because we're talking about abolition and we keep referring back to Minneapolis and to the streets. And I've been watching so many people on social media in the past few days sort of do this wonderful thing where they open up their mentions and they're kind of like, when I say police abolition, when I say prison abolition, does that make you uncomfortable? What makes you uncomfortable? I will talk to you about that. And it's been amazing to me, actually. There's always these moments when sort of things that happen in left politics world cross over into like my Facebook friends that I like used to ride horses with when I was in 5th grade or something. Literally a thing that happened today, where I see these people who I don't think would have any interest in this stuff suddenly posting about it and posting stuff that is supportive of not just, peaceful protests are fine, but I wish they wouldn't, but people actually posting the Martin Luther King quote about riots and really saying, like, we understand why people are looting. And it's funny, this brings me back to not a particularly family abolitionist gripe, but just a gripe with the sort of social democratic left writ large, which is that, you can't say scary things because the workers will be scared. You can't talk about riots or, indeed you can't talk about racism because the workers are always, positioned as the ones who are going to be scared of this thing. And I think we get that same sort of projective identification with family abolition too, right? Where people will be like, oh, I understand what you're talking about, but the workers, they don't, and they won't. And so you can't talk about that because the workers don't get it, when the workers are probably living in an incredibly complicated family relationship already because capitalism destroys the way we live together.
Capitalism destroys the way we live together.
Thank you, y'all. Yeah, I mean, I was also just thinking, Michelle, like you brought up the abolition of slavery, and it seems.
Well, Being Old says, have you had any discussions about how the healthcare system has been influenced by this ideology? Well, these people want universal healthcare. These people got the American Medical Association to integrate woke ideology throughout medical school training to the point where it is now required for medical schools that want to be credentialed by the American Medical Association to actually produce doctors. They have to teach this ideology. It's also required in terms of medical school residencies that they teach this ideology. It is throughout every single doctor, that every single hospital, every single institution that is transitioning children in this country or treating trans children in this country. That is this ideology. So yeah, it's pretty infused in the medical system. Again, guys, remember, these people are responsible for critical race theory in the schools. These people are responsible for gender ideology in the schools. These people are responsible for indoctrinating your children to believe that they're non-binary when they're 3 years old. These people are responsible for trying to get rid of parental rights and school districts that don't want to tell you what name and pronoun your kids are using in schools. These people are responsible for every crazy idea you see showing up in our society today. All of it can be drawn, not these specific people, but all of it can be derived back to the socialist, Marxist left. All of it. And it's all coming out of higher education because colleges and universities were the very first thing that they took over. And they own colleges and universities today.
Seems like even the word abolition has been sort of hijacked by this white supremacist understanding of abolition. Like abolition worked because we got rid of slavery, so it's only imagined in that sort of negative sense. It's helpful to rethink it in that way. There were a couple of questions about sort of kind of the concrete world that we might build, but I want to reserve the sort of maybe last half hour for some more of that. But I want to think a bit more about this concept and how y'all are thinking about this. So one of the things that I noticed that comes up in this is like, I don't know, on the one hand, everyone seems to be on the same page or seems to sort of like jive with each other's analyses. And also like what the family is not necessarily always the same in these critiques. So there's some critiques that call for family abolition that very much focus on the family as an economic unit, right? The household as that side of like privatized care. But then I think to get to Kathy, you laid out those three pieces, that couple form, that biokin piece, you know, getting at forms of gender and sexual normalization that happen in the family. I mean, I'm curious if y'all see like, how do you see sort of like threading those two, or do you see examples where one gets held up where the other doesn't? I mean, I can imagine a socialism that tries to deprivatize the family, but still holds on to a very heteronormative model of the family, and maybe whatever the vice versa of that would be. So I don't know if that speaks to anyone, but I was just thinking about that sort of the kind of the normative family versus the economic family, or however you want to call it, and how those two are threaded together in your thinking, in people's everyday practices.
Well, I'll say
Or we
something.
can totally move on and that's dead.
No, we just got to process. We're processing.
Yeah.
Just takes a second. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I laid out those three elements, and you know, so the couple form, you know, bio.
All right. Yodi, have you heard of a country called China? China is a communist country. China getting defeated anytime soon? Because I don't think China's getting defeated anytime soon. And the Cultural Revolution that these people are undergoing in the United States is exactly the same. Well, not exactly. I mean, it has its own nuance, but it is basically modeled after the Cultural Revolution that happened in China. So no, I've seen your chats, bro. You think this is some sort of joke? You think that this is just going to go away and disappear? You are wrong. And I would recommend that if you're going to be here, you start taking all this a little bit more seriously. Oh, Deb says over on Rumble, if you are aware, Ryan Matta from LFA featured LFA TV. I don't even know what LFA TV is. Featured your appearance. Sorry, I forgot it was on Newsmax on his show the other day. Any chance to collaborate with him? I mean, I can look into that, I guess. But thank you for letting me know, Deb. I wasn't aware of that. I appreciate you telling me.
And the privatized system of, care, social reproduction. And, when I'm feeling cranky, I'll say, the privatization of social reproduction is the base and the rest are superstructural, but it doesn't actually work that way. There's a really complex mutual imbrication of those three elements. But I do think that the
Yodi, what does CCP stand for? What does it stand for? The Chinese blank party. What does that stand for? Remind me. What does CCP stand for again? Anyone know?
The privatization of social reproduction is somehow I think that's the material sticking point where a lot of interests are involved in maintaining this. And I think that there's more sort of flexibility and experiment that we've seen over time with the couple form.
Oh, it's the Chinese Communist Party. Thank you. Thank you, Great Reject over on Rumble. Thank you, Bot.
Sophie maybe can talk about that. That's pretty sticky too. But certainly the couple form is, in some ways it's been kind of more flexible. And so we've had different experiments, so there's, obviously, gay and lesbian marriage. Well, does that really change the dynamics of marriage? I mean, there's lots of debates about that. And I think it's probably more than just add and stir into the institution. I think, the shifts every time it gets extended, it shifts a little bit as new groups are kind of included into it in some ways. But then there's also the rise of never married couples. And I mean, I think that, the pattern of marriage and the kind of heteronormative scripts and gendered scripts that are so embedded in it, that in some ways, I mean, I think the rise of never married couples is almost the perfection of marriage in some ways, because it's been so assumed that you don't even need the ritual anymore. So I mean, I don't really think it's the end of marriage. It's like the perfection of it more than anything else. And then there's the experiments and, polyamory. And I think all of those are great. And it's a lot of interesting
polyamory
things too. But then, a lot of this is really sort of
socialists love polyamory.
Julian Obadia talks about this sort of certain kinds of polyamorous practices are really about the kind of, the full realization of the sovereign individual who can couple at will without these additional kinds of burdens and can move in and out of these. And it's sort of almost the perfection of the liberal individual that is at home, right? And the family is the home for that liberal individual. And I think it's been constructed as such. And I'm not sure any of those experiments, as important as they are, really dislodge the couple form. So even the couple form, I think, is proven to be pretty resilient in some ways. But again, I just think it's a really interesting, complicated relationship between these three elements, all of which sort of rely on a kind of naturalization. So the naturalization of, biological kinship, sort of the naturalization of romantic love, and, the individual who is fully realized in those kinds of individual partnerships, naturalization, and,
Hang on, I got a super chat. Jane, if they win, how do they think it will go for them? Oh, they think it's going to go just great. They quite literally believe that real socialism has never been tried. We watched entire socialist presentations where they talk about the fact that, yeah, socialism has always failed and a lot of people have always died, but guess what? We're going to do it right this time. They really do believe that. But again, guys, like, listen, North Korea is still standing. North Korea is what? Is on its like third generation right now. North Korea is still standing. They're training a new dictator as we speak. She's 10 years old now. She's going to take over for daddy when he dies. China is standing. China is the most powerful country in the world. Don't make no mistake. United States is not the most powerful country in the world. China is the most powerful country in the world, and China's communist. So, how do they think it's going to go for them? I think it's going to go they think it's going to go pretty great. But I would also say to people that, like, even if it doesn't go great, it's going to last for multiple generations. Multiple generations. This is when they win, and I'm going to say when they win because the right is not mounting any viable defense to this right now. The right is flipping around and pretending that they're winning when they're not winning. The right's getting their fucking asses kicked. When these people win, it's going to, at a minimum, last several generations. And there's going to be a lot of death, and there's going to be a lot of pain. Bro, the great reject over on Rumble thinks China's not the most powerful country in the world. Bro, you need a reality check something fierce, I'll tell you that.
Also that kind of privatization, and that happens with all of those moments of it too. So there's a lot of echoing of the mechanisms across these three dimensions too, although they each have their own kind of separate history too, and I think can be kind of disarticulated and experimented with on minor scales with each one. But I'm still impressed with how much of a package deal and how resilient those three elements are in their, you know, the way they've been kind of articulated in this present moment.
My critique or my writing partially comes out of having spent the last 20 years in radical queer and trans subcultures, and where I think there's some really wonderful ideas about chosen family and alternative methods of kinship and alternative methods of care. And that's lovely. That's just lovely to see. And it runs into so many limits over and over and over again, that these sort of experiments and alternative.
For everyone saying that China's not the most powerful country in the world, then why is our Secretary of State constantly kissing Xi Jinping's ass? Why is Joe Biden constantly kissing Xi's ass? Like, why does the entirety of the United States government constantly kiss China's ass? Honestly, guys, like, use your brains. Why is China buying up all this farmland in the United States? Why does China have Confucius Institutes at like every effing major university in the country? Why are you guys serious? Like, do you not understand? Your conservative influencers have done you such a disservice. It is mind-boggling to me that we are even having this discussion about whether or not China is the most powerful country in the world, because China is obviously and clearly the most powerful country in the world. And if you don't understand that, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be the one to teach it to you, but you've got to start listening to smarter people. You really do. Tayton, Mao's for old for 4 news. That's what's going on in the United States right now. That's right. That's how communism fully takes over, getting rid of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. That's right, Tayton. You're telling me that China can quite literally unleash a lab-created virus that shuts down the entire world? Obviously, that didn't happen, YouTube. Obviously, like, COVID was created by a bat. I'm just hypothesizing here, okay? I'm just making shit up. I don't actually mean anything of what I'm about to say. You are telling me that China can very literally unleash a lab-mutated virus that shut down the economies of the entire world with 0 fucking consequences. 0 consequences. China will never experience consequences for COVID. And you're telling me they're not the most powerful country in the world? Okay. All right. Yeah, sure. That makes a ton of sense. Obviously, I just said everything I just said was a lie, YouTube. The lab leak theory is totally false. I just made it up. I'm just making an example, okay? Other people think other things happen. But you're fucking retarded if you think that China is not the most powerful country in the world by like a lot.
Ways of caring for each other run up against the dynamics of the labor market, people being forced to move, people running into severe hardships that their friends really struggle to take care of them in the face of. And in the history of the Black freedom movement, I think we see examples of really long-term strategies of survival that are quite rich and wonderful, and totally inadequate for in the face, as I've experienced in my queer and trans subcultures, in the face of what capitalism does to our lives. And this has sort of led me to think, okay, so if we are trying to form alternative methods of kinship, but we are continually being pushed back into the couple form in a variety of ways, there's a very strong ideological element to that, around a fantasy that if you find the right person, you're going to be okay. There's certainly a psychological element to that, but there is such a strong material logic to it that, like, we didn't spend a lot of time talking about in my queer subcultures. We didn't spend a lot of time thinking about how people's family wealth, how people's access to different kinds of labor market conditions, how the overall dynamics of the economy were really shaping and constraining whether we could form group houses or not, right? I mean, we didn't have an articulate language for making sense of this. So I although it might not be true in most places, I just kind of assume that people will lead rich, beautiful lives if they have the means of doing so. And so I'm really interested in sort of thinking about this material dynamic of, like, how do wage labor conditions push people back into this family form, force people to rely on this family form, and obligate the family form if you want to have a decent life at all. And
I want to just emphasize something that Emmy O'Brien just said, which is that capitalism, forced labor conditions, forces people to rely on the family in order to survive. Does everyone understand why that might be? Tayton says, aham, Vivek Ramaswamy is the only one. Ain't that the truth, Tayton? But does everyone understand what Emmy O'Brien is saying when they say that capitalism is forcing people back into the nuclear family in order to survive? It's forcing them into this structure where they're obligated to each other to economically survive, put a house over their heads, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, a roof over their heads, all that stuff. And that's why the nuclear family upholds capitalism. It's like a self-perpetuating cycle.
Given that the family form is so riddled with countless miseries that we have spent the last 20 years talking about in my life, if we can begin to think through what kind of material conditions could transform, that could begin to open up different kinds of romantic and affective bonds.
Yeah, I sort of come at this from the other end, which is that I've spent too much of the last however many years dating men, including, in a partnership for quite a long time with somebody who I'm still very close with, that sort of fell apart in a way after we had moved in together and, had this, again, as Kathy was saying, it was sort of the perfection of the marriage, and that we didn't get married. And I told myself that we weren't married and that was a difference, but it wasn't. And when that fell apart and I wanted to leave, the only reason that I was able to do that, and I am a fairly successful now 40-year-old person, the only reason I was able to afford to do that was my father happened to die and leave me a little bit of money at the same time. And that kind of experience is still really, really core to all of that. And the way this went actually made me think of two writers who write about living with disability and making yourself lovable as a sort of requirement of being taken care of. One was Laura Ann Robinson and Caleb Luna, who called it being singled, like you're single by not by choice. And if you are single and you have care needs that are anything more than like a completely able-bodied, able to constantly work, relatively young human being, you're screwed in a lot of ways. And that's, it's very, very hard to think outside of any sort of formation when you're literally like, I don't have kids, I'm getting older, I'm single, who's going to take care of me if something happens?
That's why they want to collectivize care, so they don't have to be responsible for themselves.
It's a really difficult question, defining the family, because I think, like Kathy said, all these different components and logics seem so co-imbricated.
Hang on.
I think I agree. It's
guys, you have got to, if you want to understand them, you've got to start thinking like them, okay? So Pinky asks here, I wonder how she feels about her dad leaving money. Would inheritance go to the state, or would everyone be poor so it wouldn't matter? No. In her idealized world, that's not the one I wanted to display. In her idealized world, there's no need for daddy to leave her money to take care of her because care is collectivized and the state would provide her everything she needed, and all of her comrades, everyone in the party, would take care of everyone else. So there would be no need to get money from daddy because everything she needs would be provided to her by the collective. That's how, so she wouldn't really care in her fantasy of what this is going to be like, because she only needed the money to be able to leave her boyfriend to go move into a new apartment. And in her version of the Marxist utopia, there would be no need for that because the collective would care for all of her basic needs. Make sense?
It's fundamentally like the a core thing seems to be the privatization of
nothing personal, bro.
Near infinite quantity of free labor. But like I'm also thinking a bit, and I don't think we talk about this very much and I'm not very well versed in it, but there's clearly this biopolitical requirement to be registered to an address, to have next of kin, and we experienced struggles around these ideas during the AIDS pandemic. When someone near and dear to you, someone who is your comrade or kith or whatever you want to call it, that is in hospital dying of COVID, can you access them? Simply say, of course there are these terrifyingly brutal kinds of logics of exclusion that are real around sort of next of kin law, right? And I was listening to the Bad Gays podcast the other day, which was very sweet to shout out to me in an episode about Lisa Miller, who's she was a sort of she's an ex-lesbian who basically kidnapped her daughter, and her partner, who is now married to another woman, was legally completely not recognized as a parent to that child. So I would say, and I mean, I guess I was sort of prompted to speak a little bit to the biokin piece of the whole imbroglio. I mean, this perhaps is one of the deepest and most difficult pieces. I seriously contend, that the children we make with our bodies are not our property. This seems kind of maybe the hardest part. Of course, there are incredible parents everywhere, right? So this is what I sometimes try and talk about in terms of the xenofamiliality that can be within biofamilial locations. So just to back up a bit, xenofam, in the theorization of the xenofeminists like Helen Hester in her recent book, Xenofeminism, is that openness and hospitality to the strange.
Hang on, I just want to pause because if people missed it, Sophie literally said that she does not think that children are the property of their parents. That's I've been trying to explain this all week on all the different interviews. Socialists do not believe that children are the property of their parents and it is their job to liberate them from their parents who are perpetrating adult supremacy, etc., etc., etc. I want to call out Jay Wink on Rumble though, because Jay Wink on Rumble is making a comment I hear from conservatives all the time. He's saying, "I bet she doesn't have a child." Socialists do have kids, guys. They do have kids. A lot of them have kids. Socialists have an entire strategy, and I'm going to be writing about this on the Substack. I just haven't written about it yet. Socialists have an entire childcare strategy. They have entire childcare programs. Socialists build in childcare to every single socialist meeting that they can possibly build in childcare to, where people bring their children to these socialist meetings and the children play socialist games to teach them how to be good little socialists and part of the collective rather than competing with each other. This is a conservative talking point that socialists don't have kids. It's not true. They do have kids. They absolutely have kids.
So xeno-hospitality is something that can, and this is the part that I want to add in a sense, flourish within, relations that the state recognizes as blood relations or whatever. So the equation Hester offers, xenofam is equal to or superior to biofam, needs to be taken really seriously, both parts of that. Yeah, I mean, I've also noticed in the discourse recently, perhaps because these times kind of evoke the apocalyptic and people really come out with their full,
Hang on, super chat from Steven. Thank you, Steven. Gotta go, Carlin, but a final appreciation via a little money for you. Keep on keeping on and do the AI Sophie t-shirt. We love our Sophie. We do love Sophie, Steven. I appreciate it. I love that you're here all the time. Very supportive. I do appreciate you as well. Thank you for dropping by tonight. And then Kino says, according to the Redhead Libertarian, today is Redhead Appreciation Day, so hail our ginger dragon. I didn't even know it was Redhead Appreciation Day. Everyone go say hi to Sophie on Twitter. She'll be thrilled. And let her know that we love her and we respect her, but we're not in solidarity with her, and we understand that. We are absolutely not in solidarity, but we love Sophie. She is our favorite. Everyone go say hi on Twitter. Be very nice. No smart aleck. Let her know she looked great in this video. Sophie blocked you. Oh no. Well, you did spam her DMs, bot. You weren't very nice, okay? I'm being serious. Don't be mean to Sophie. Don't be mean to the queen. Come on.
vigilante eco-fascist desires as well as their communist ones.
I tweeted it recently.
The notion of one's kids and of kids as one's own really authorizes almost limitless violence in defense of them, one's wife and kids. There was this kind of really mainstream British journalist, she's horrible, Julia Hartley Brewer. I think she has hundreds of thousands of followers, and someone was asking, what's your post-apocalypse special skill? And she said, a complete willingness to kill.
Well, hang on. Walter says, Carlin, I first saw you on Wendy Bell, but I can say without question you have a new fan. Thank you, Walter. I didn't even know I was on Wendy Bell. I don't even know who Wendy Bell is. But I'm glad you made your way here. Thank you for letting me know, and welcome. All right. Oh God, we still have a fucking half an hour. I've got to shut the fuck up.
In defense of my children or something on Twitter. And it's like, oh my God, why are people, fantasizing clearly about doing violence in defense of their children, right? Like, since when are your children a sort of, well, I mean, clearly, since a long time, a sort of reason, an opportunity to do terrible violence to other people. And I seriously sort of think that that's actually part of how the ideological order of biological nuclear kinship functions, to sort of channel and privatize love. Yeah, I'm going to be sort of earnest enough to really talk about love that way, and to sort of to organize it so that it's not only kind of narrow and exclusionary of, you know, all about other, you know, companions and species and so on in this planet, but also actually to kind of act as a safety valve and a kind of a xenophobic nationalist kind of organizing of your frustration and your violence sort of in particular directions as well, i.e. not upwards.
I don't understand most of what Sophie just said.
So we have a question, and I'll read the question kind of just broadened out a bit. So, will shelter in place undermine or reinforce reliance on normative family conditions relative to geographical location? And I guess maybe just generally, you know, I haven't heard I've heard a lot of lefty critique about sort of what COVID means, but not about family abolition. So I'm just curious, like, what, in many directions, where what COVID-19 in these current moments have made you think about, in addition to immense violence in defense of one's children.
Hang on.
So I've been
J-Wink over on Rumble. I'm not dealing with any of that repeal the 19th bullshit. Every single time you assholes say repeal the 19th Amendment, you allow these people to win. You really think that that's an argument that's going to win you votes? Be a serious person. And if you don't cut the bullshit, you're getting banned. I'm seriously not doing this, guys. Any conservative that comes in my chat like, repeal the 19th, go fuck thyself.
Wanting to write an article about the suburbs being everything that's wrong with the world for a while, and it keeps falling behind other things that I'm working on.
All right, well, you can go think it's funny somewhere else.
But I actually feel like this moment is the one to bring it back, because I think there's something about this self-isolation that reinforces the logic of the suburbs, which is the nuclear family, the single family home as an asset, and the car, right? All of which are killing us in a variety of ways. And yeah, there's this thing where you are withdrawing into your little unit. I live with two other women who are roommates, which is an under-theorized position. But, you know, I think about like, okay, well, what if we get let off lockdown for a little while this summer and then we get put back on lockdown? Where do I want to go? And I do find myself spending time in my car. And so I wonder if this moment, in addition to sort of reinscribing women's roles in the home, and there was an excellent New York Times poll where like something like 60% of men said they were doing an equal amount of the work and 3% of women agreed. That was specifically in terms of teaching your children from home, but I thought it was still the, you know, general housework rule was not too different in that poll. So yeah, there's a way that this can really reinforce these sort of retreats away from community, but there's a way also that these beautiful mutual aid networks that are happening all over the place, and Sophie and I both live in West Philly, which has flowering mutual aid networks everywhere, that can really mitigate against the isolation, right? And then I'm just thinking about, again, these massive protests. After months of being on lockdown, the desire to come out and be together feels so palpable in these crowds in the street right now. And so, of course, I guess what I'm
saying
is
this was during May of 2020. This is old.
Yeah, I think it's something we have to be aware of, that the politics of this moment are going to be put a lot of different pressures on us in a lot of different ways.
I mean, Sophie has an essay on COVID-19 and family abolition. And I mean, very simply, there's just a huge number of people being terrorized at home, right? I mean, there's so many kids who are being abused by their parents at home, and there's a number of factors in that. They're not able to get to school every day. Everything's way more stressful. Everything's way more isolated. The kids have a lot fewer people to talk to, and we have increasing evidence in mainstream news and research that it's just there's this horrific, violent nightmare happening in a lot of people's homes, and then for many people with sort of like happy families, like this is a really miserable time, right? I mean, being stuck in the family unit entirely, and specifically the family unit of who you happen to live with, is really I think producing a lot of misery for a lot of people. And then something that interests me is that the sort of other half of this organizing care in the family is that it's not available to everybody else. So you have a lot of people living alone who are very isolated and very miserable and very lonely, who wish they have families in many cases. And then you have people living in collective institutions. And I'm really interested in collective living arrangements as a future communist society. But the collective living arrangements that people have right now, the collective social reproduction units that people have, besides a few queer group houses or whatever here or there, are prisons, nursing homes, homeless shelters, totally nightmarish places where a lot of people are dying. And thinking about those institutions, what about those institutions are leading to so much death? And there are some practical, logistical questions about disinfecting and airflow and stuff like that. But really, I think all of those are institutions where people who live there have no control or say over the administration at all. They have no ability to defend their interests, to collectively problem solve, to transform the institution according to their collective needs. And instead, they're subject to either intense levels of racialized violence or, being treated, infantilized in the way that the elderly people are, often by profit-making, profit-oriented nursing homes. And so in these sort of authoritarian institutions where people have no say over what they get to do at all, then that the conditions of death are just so terrible. So it's like on all sides, right? That people in families are having to.
Why am I getting a congrats, Kino? What happened? Why are you I'm slightly afraid. What happened? Do I need to look at Twitter? Oh, in the news. Okay. I see it. Okay. Thank you. I was like slightly terrified that that someone retweeted me for something that I didn't want to be retweeted for. Okay. Thank you, Kino.
Rough time. People not in families are having a rough time. People in collective institutions are having a rough time. And if we were to stop and think about what kind of living arrangements could actually work in these conditions, where people could actually be cared for, could actually share resources, could actually watch out for each other, and be able to exert some collective democratic authority. And the glimmers of it are, which, they're not going to go very far, but are in these mutual aid practices. And if we were to imagine these strained commodity chains breaking down much more severely than they are, and these kind of mutual aid practices are beginning to actually try to figure out how to feed entire neighborhoods, and that requires control over land, control over industrial resources, like that these mutual aid networks in the context of a revolutionary unfolding or a revolutionary process could actually be alternative systems of reproductive care. That you can, that people knock on my door asking if I need anything because they're part of these mutual aid volunteer efforts, even if they don't really know me because I live in this building. And this sort of like impersonal, universal, and yet direct caring quality is really quite.
There is something, I want to just acknowledge this. There is something actually like noble about like kind of the idealized version of reality that these people are talking about. Really. And I do actually think that Sophie in particular genuinely means this. And I actually think that Michelle O'Brien, Emmy O'Brien, means this as well. I really do believe that they are drawn into this because they want to create a world in which people just care about each other. And they've identified a problem, which is most people are assholes that don't care about each other, which is a real thing, okay? And they envision this society in which, of course, you would care about your neighbor because they're a person and they deserve to have people care about them. And they're going to check in on people, and they're going to, and you're going to check in on me, and I'm going to check in on you. Even if we don't know each other, even if we're not best friends, we're still going to offer care to each other. There is something noble about that idea. It's the practical implementation of that idea that's a problem, because you will never get over human nature. So I just want to acknowledge that. It's like, I don't actually think these people are bad people. I know people think that, like, I don't hate these people by any means. I just think that, like, I think that they have not thought through to the logical conclusion of their ideas, and that they have not pressure tested their ideas outside of a socialist ecosystem that is only affirming everything that they say and not poking holes in it at all. I don't even think Emily Drabinski is a bad person. I really don't. I don't think she's a bad person. She actually has very kind of like meek energy, if I'm honest about it. I don't think I just think that this is the problem, guys, when you're in a cult. It's like good people get sucked into cults, right? Socialism is a cult. So, and I'm deadly serious when I say this. Socialism is a cult. Good people and well-intentioned people get sucked into cults all the time, every single day. And when those good and well-meaning people get sucked into cults and they're only talking to other good and well-meaning people that are sucked into the cult, they start to formulate some really effing crazy ideas, right? People that were part of the People's Temple with Jim Jones that all went to Guyana to create their little socialist utopia, those were not bad people. They were absolutely socialists. They were absolutely creating a socialist utopia, but they were not bad people. The problem is they were only talking and communicating with other people who were in the cult. There was no outside influence. There was no pressure testing of ideas. And we all know how Jim Jones and the People's Temple ended up. Not so good. Kool-Aid was drunk, right? It's the same with this. The problem with this particular cult is not like, this isn't Heaven's Gate. This isn't a couple people living in a house in like Beverly Hills and they all shave their heads and have weird names and stuff like that. This is not like a couple of people. This is millions of effing people that are being indoctrinated into the cult through colleges, through universities, through K through 12 education. So this cult is getting effing massive. And this cult has institutional power in this country. This cult has political power in this country. And this cult is trying to force all of their crazy ideas on all of us. That is the problem. It is not that these are bad people. They are not bad people. They've just been sucked into a cult.
Quite rich, and yeah.
So I think like a couple of the questions have kind of spoken to a little bit of this point of, so I'll read a couple of them. So, you know, people are asking like, what kinds of new kinship practices and forms of life should we be organizing around and developing today? How should we live together? How might we be living together today? One person also particularly asked about how might family abolition change our architecture and our spatial design of our all our environments? So maybe you could just speak to that. Examples, and I'm also curious, examples that are sort of explicitly critical of the family dynamic, and ones that aren't, but still sort of touch on it.
I'll go. Thanks for shouting out to my article, Michelle. Yeah, I've really, I mean, I suppose one thing to say is that, you know, amidst the turmoil of COVID, there's an appetite for people like us, but a desire for the oracular, you know, oracular thinkers of the home and the household are suddenly in high demand. I've kind of got the impression that a lot of editors under conditions of lockdown have personally sort of had the realization that perhaps even when it is free of queer bashing, domestic violence and you know, penury, for example, the nuclear family or the private nuclear household perhaps really does still kind of suck. So who is it who has been talking about that for some time, and so on. But the you know, that there is a sort of it's fun to speculate and to write futures where family abolitionism sort of begins to become more manifest. But I cling as a utopian to the definition of utopianism that has to do with the unthinkable, the necessarily not fully thinkable kind of character of what we are finding out through striving towards and beginning to learn about through struggling. So, you know, when an editor asks me what happens next, I kind of feel quite glib and but excitable as well. I mean, will 2020 mark the beginning of the end of class society and markets via a general strike that leads to a giant archipelago of protest kitchens, which is one of Michelle's kind of notions for one of the sort of springboards for the experience of abolishing the family. And these might in turn lead to the overthrow of work and the founding of 1 million co-housing projects, co-ops and communes. Will all the cleaners and nannies and wet nurses and babysitters and gardeners and sex workers and cooks and au pairs and chauffeurs, i.e. surrogates, all, you know, move in with their employers or move into their choicest wings and add their names to the property deeds or the car insurance documents or the baby's birth certificates? You know, will children themselves
Holy shit, Sophie, seriously?
somehow empowered to advance their own liberation? I just want to remind everyone that the word we have for, you know, breaking up with your parents, your legal parents, is emancipation. And could children be listened to, platformed, empowered to emancipate themselves and develop visions of democratic transgenerational cohabitation? Will a vast new, you know, federated institution of social care sort of spring up, which Jules Gleason and Kate Doyle-Griffiths envisioned in the terms of the creche, the transgenerational creche for people of all ages? So you know, and I feel like telling editors, yes, inevitably and without a doubt, yes, this is the future for the household. I also just wanted to quickly note, because this hasn't come up so much yet, that there are real bloody consequences that you can point to the presumption on the part of the biopolitical state that the nuclear household is the sort of operative unit in a pandemic. So you know, there was an article in The Nation describing how in Black co-parenting households in particular were struggling, in particular in Chicago, to adapt quarantine recommendations to their specific situations. So there's this kind of sense we might speculate about that the very reasons for Black populations' survival against all the odds over time, i.e. their ability to kind of persist transgenerationally across different households and in non-nuclear ways, might sort of somewhat tragically be one of the factors behind the, you know, the astronomically, the disproportionate Black death count under COVID, because we have not figured out, we are not able to think of a way of, protecting one another and doing a way of sort of combating a virus that is not dependent on these logics of kind of propertied isolation or isolatability, right? A human is supposed to be isolatable, is supposed to be able to shelter in place, stay at home. Which place, what home, whose home, a Marxist might ask, being the more operative question, right? And so that's what I said in my in my article. Nuclear households are where we're all intuitively expected to retreat in order to prevent widespread ill health. And that, how can a zone, I sort of said a bit polemically, defined by the power asymmetries of housework, of renting, of mortgage debt, of land and deed ownership, of patriarchal parenting and the institution of marriage, benefit health? Yeah, okay.
Sophie just laid out like their vision for how to architect a new world. I hope you guys understand that.
Just address this question
It was
of
pretty
alternatives
massive.
too in another way, because I think Michelle's talking a lot in really important ways about these kind of prefigurative experiments and developing these into real alternatives and robust alternatives, and then the kind of speculation about what might happen. I think these are all really important exercises, and I would just add to it another one is that this gets down to just sort of more simple reformism that might be in service to a family abolitionist project, is trying to create the material conditions that allows people to experiment with alternatives a little bit more. And so, think about some of the coercive forces that push people into families. And
all right. So if that sounded like commie gobbledygook to you, what I need you to do is to continue coming to Socialism Saturdays until you understand what they said, because that commie gobbledygook is kicking your ass. You are losing to that commie gobbledygook, and there is no reality in this world in which you are going to be able to overcome the commie gobbledygook until you understand the commie gobbledygook. All right? Grozel over on Rumble says the wildest part was the idea that sex workers are surrogates. I never thought about that angle to the idea of making sex work legal. Oh yeah, these people are big into making sex work legal too, by the way. That's like a big thing, and there's entire presentations about it. We haven't delved much into that, but we probably should. Good. I appreciate that. That's why you're here. And if you feel overwhelmed by it, you will understand it eventually. You will understand it. Okay. But it just takes time. Just takes time and patience.
Block the exits from them, and I think there's ways to create the material resources for people to try something else, and a guaranteed minimum income could do that. Shorter working hours could do that. I mean, time alone can help to experiment with other ways of providing and delivering care. Universal health care delinked from wage work could do it. Affordable housing with a range of different kinds of units for different kinds of groups or single people living together. I mean, I think these are all very sort of nuts and bolts reforms that might be able to give people some kind of basis from which they can more effectively experiment with other ways of living that they might want to try. So I'd add that too.
Yeah, it's easy for it to turn into just that same sort of personal moral admonition, right? To be a better person, be more whatever, choose not heterosexuality, all of those things, which are both very difficult. And then also, I think a lot of people are probably where I am right now, which is the thinking of like, okay, things look like they're lifting a little bit. Quick, I have to figure out how I want to live before the next wave hits. Is this where I want to stay? Is this, the roommates are lovely. I like my roommates. They're great people. We didn't move in together assuming that we were going to be the only people each other could see for 3 months straight. you know, and that's a different thing than moving in with a romantic partner, or even the folks that I live with when I'm in London, which is now not an infrequent experience, which is people who are a lot closer to feeling like some sort of family to me. Anna was my intern 10 years ago, and she has grown up into a superhero. And so when I'm with them, these are people that I have a long-term relationship with, where it feels more like home. And so, you know, a lot of these questions I think are probably coming up for people like very immediately and very personally right now. In addition to thinking about sort of theoretical political programs that we should be fighting for, also some of the political programs that Kathy was just talking about are things we can fight for in the here and now. Organizers are calling for things like work sharing to save
Awesome, Lisa Jean.
jobs
So
at
glad to
places
hear
like
that.
the Los Angeles Times union actually won it. So everybody is taking a cutback on hours and pay so that nobody gets laid off. So, I mean, these are things that we are, you know, we each got a $1,200 check from the US government. That was in some way an admission that they can cut us all a check when they want to. So I think, you know, we're in this moment that is both awful and still is cracking open some possibilities. But these are hard questions, and the reason that people resist it so hard is that it does hit really literally close to home.
I just want to put in a pitch for the hard utopianism that I think the time has come to talk about science fiction and to envision all sorts of different ways of living, to put them out there, not as sort of systematic plans for people to implement as Fourier imagined, but as counterpoints
This is actually a really interesting point, and I think that this is something that people who are not on the left, like, you know, independents, libertarians, people on the right, etc., can really learn from. Okay, one of the reasons that socialists are so effective is because they are constantly creating content about their ideas and their values. They create significantly more content about their ideas and their values than any other political group, and it's not even close. Socialists have their own specific book publishers, a lot of them. Socialists have their own specific bookstores, a lot of them. Socialists have mechanisms where they are constantly creating these new ideas, these new books, these new plays, these new movies, these new whatevers. They are constantly doing this. What Michelle O'Brien is proposing is that socialists write science fiction novels to envision a world that is the future socialist utopia in order to kick around ideas about how that could work. This is really effective because it gives people a sense of like, here is what the vision is. It might be really painful to get there, but here is what we're fighting for. Here is what the vision is. Here is how it could work. Here is how it could function. They're thinking through all of these things, and Michelle O'Brien has literally written a novel with someone that is this exact idea. They wrote a whole book. I think it's called Everything to Everyone. I could be wrong about that title, but they literally wrote a whole book about what happens after the revolution and like how it would work and how society would function and all this stuff. Now, whether or not that is a realistic version of what would happen is not the point, because I can already hear the conservatives, that's not how it would work, it would fail, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's not the fucking point, all right? The point is that they're using creativity and they're using stories to articulate a vision for how the world could be. And they are doing that more than any other group. And the right is not doing this at all. The right has no vision for what they want to create in the world. So if you have to choose between a side of like they have a vision and they're putting all these ideas out there, they're kicking around these ideas, they're excited about these ideas, they're talking about them, they're publishing them, they're creating all this content with this beautiful vision. Yes, yes, exactly. Art acting as thought experiments. That's exactly right, Vince. Or the side that's like, everything they want sucks, everything is bad, everything is bad, everything is bad, everything is bad, everything is bad. Those are the two sides you're choosing from right now. That is quite literally the choice that you're making right now. It's people who are creating things and throwing around ideas and brainstorming and are excited about ideas, and they have visions for what they want to do, and they have plans, and they have all these groups that they're putting together to do these things. You get that side, or you get the side is like, everything is bad, 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 everything is bad. Which are you going to choose, guys? Which are you going to choose? Because that is quite literally the choice right now. And conservatives can make all the excuses they want about why they can't do this, or why the left is so good at doing it, because they don't have jobs. We have jobs. We are the only one with jobs. They don't have jobs. When they do have jobs, they quite literally have the jobs that you want. They have the jobs running the institutions. So which are you going to choose? Most normal people are going to choose the people that are creative and putting visions out there and talking about all the things they want to do and talking about how they want to make the world a better place. That's just reality, guys. Sorry. James Jones, thank you for the super chat. San Francisco has done that for a long time. Well, SF. What's FS? SF, rather. I assumed it was San Francisco. SF has done that for a long time, and the left has recently... has pretty much recently taken over SFWA and the Hugos. I don't know what those mean, James Jones. I'm looking for clarification in the chat. Oh, science fiction. Excuse me. That makes more sense to me than San Francisco. Science fiction. Science fiction. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, science fiction has always done this. And Michelle O'Brien is actively advocating for socialists to use science fiction to do this, to the point where Michelle O'Brien has literally written a science fiction book with someone else where she did this.
That alternatives that are present is an historically conditioned, isolated, specific set of circumstances that we can transform. And envisioning sharing stories, brainstorming, talking about different ways of living, and then extrapolating back what kind of economic system would be necessary for doing that, what kind of social practices can move us there, I think is a very powerful exercise. And I talked about my 2 essays about family abolition. I didn't talk about my science fiction short story, which is an oral history with a trans woman at the 100th anniversary of Stonewall, because I run a trans oral history project and interview a few people a week about their lives. And so it's an oral history of me interviewing this woman in 50 years about her growing up in a collective commune and their architectural arrangements, what happened when one of her co-parents was abusive and how they dealt with that, and sort of transformative justice, the sort of different kind of world that she navigates. And I'm hoping to sort of do more of that. But I think it's a really lovely and very powerful exercise. And it's certainly not there to like intervene and struggle to be like, you're all doing this wrong. Like, it will only be figured out in process. But the more the process of struggle, of collective participation in mass disruptive protest and creation of a new life against capital, but that the more sort of creative, inspirational, dynamic conversations that we can be having every step of the way, I think the better. And that the sort of...
What socialists understand better than any other political group is change management, how to move people along, how to keep people engaged, how to make small changes, incremental changes that lead to big changes over time. No other political group understands this like socialists do, I promise you. And William, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but you've been chiming in my chat and you sound like a typical conservative that doesn't understand what's going on to me. William says, there are new institutions being built, resistance is happening. That's bullshit, bro. You can't show all the cards. You're doing things in secret and you expect to inspire the population. Well, guess what? That's not going to work. It doesn't work like that at all. This is not how change management works. You don't build things in secret and then all of a sudden launch a new business, like launch them out into the world and expect everyone to join you. That's not the way this works. These people understand how change management works in a way that people like William, I'm sorry, do not. That's why they're winning. All right, guys, we got about 13, 14 minutes left. We're almost there. Congratulations if you're hanging in.
Sort of Marxist injunction against utopianism, I think has ultimately done a lot of harm in atrophying our creative imaginations.
Where can we find this story?
Oh, it's online. It's published by Homenchurn. I'll put the link in the chat and Sean can share it.
Well, I'm a little, I'm thinking about, so we have 10 minutes left. I both am sort of curious to sort of to hear from other people if there are sort of to do a little bit of this dreaming together. And part of me is,
hang on, I got a super chat from Blue Nomad. Have you heard of Eric July? Yes, I have. He's a libertarian who started his own comic book company to compete against leftist media. I think that what Eric July did was great. All right, William is running away because that's what conservatives do when you tell them things they don't want to hear. Goodbye, William. Enjoy getting your ass kicked. Yeah, so I think what Eric July has done is great. The problem is that's one person and a comic book company isn't going to save the world. And so why aren't there 1,000 Eric Julys? Why aren't there 1,000,000 Eric Julys? Why? You know? Like here's the problem with the right, guys. The right celebrates every time one person does something. They're like, look at Scott Pressler. Scott Pressler's changing the world. Scott Pressler is amazing. Well, you know, Scott Pressler is unbelievable. Scott Pressler is a fucking hero. Scott Pressler is incomparable. There's one Scott Pressler. Why aren't there 100 Scott Presslers? Why aren't there 1,000 Scott Presslers? Why hasn't the RNC hired Scott Pressler and made his #1 job to train more people like him? Why aren't there 100 Eric Julys? Why aren't there 1,000 Eric Julys? This is what the socialists are doing. Socialists don't hero worship. They don't hero worship. They create more activists. They create more people doing more things. And Gopher over on Rumble, Gopher on Rumble thinks that conservatives are winning because Gopher is not the brightest crayon in the box. According to everyone who is hinged into reality, bro. If you guys think conservatives are winning, like you truly think conservatives are winning, I'm very, very sorry. But you're not smart enough to be on my channel. You're not smart enough to be in my audience. I'm sorry. I really, really am. Being in my audience requires an IQ of at least a 100 in order to be able to keep up with the content. It's complex content. I understand it's not for everyone. It's me. It's not you. But if you are honestly convinced that conservatives are winning, you're listening to horrible people who are lying to you and you are not hinged into reality. And I just don't think you're smart enough to be in my audience. It's better that we know this now. We don't drag this out. It's just the way it goes. Again, it's me, not you. I'm sure you're fine. There are lots of people that will create content for you for low IQ people, and most of them are conservative content creators.
Is also a little curious to think about, like, what are the, like, I'm thinking about your history, Michelle, of sort of how movements that were family abolition in a way got sort of co-opted into, you know, poor solutions or false choices. But so I'll just sort of put that out there. If anyone wants to sort of dream big or think about sort of the movement building and what that might look like, whether it's explicitly family abolition or not. But yeah, other side of that.
We might have already done that one. I don't know. Does anyone have?
I mean, you know, one of the things I think about is also how in Marge Piercy's vision of a post-capitalist future in Mattapoisett, there's not only the option of automating your gestational labor in a brooder where all the fetuses kind of, as I remember it, I might have been extrapolating, but are sort of floating in a slurry altogether in a tactile and interactive.
I'm going to recommend you start the stream at the beginning because you seem to be confused about what it is we're doing here.
Way. But there is also specialized parenting labor. Not only are there collective responsibilities for all children. But there are also specialized parents called kid binders. And I thought that was that's part of the dreaming, I think, for me, envisioning what it might be like to actually really sort of take seriously and perfect the art of comradely caring transgenerationally, and to take seriously the fact that some people are really devoted to doing that kind of labor, but simultaneously sort of distributing, because that's what anti-work means really in many contexts. In the context of care labor, perhaps anti-work means minimizing through distributing that the sort of the work.
Magnus, you got to put it a timeout because you need to go back to the beginning. No more shit
And the
posting.
example from Piercy also recognizes that parenting labor can be extraordinarily highly skilled kinds of labor too, and it does acknowledge that through that those particular roles.
Exactly.
Write your own science fiction novels. That's my suggestion. Just lots of them, and then riot in the streets.
I support this political program. I want to write fiction.
Yeah.
I always love to ask people, like, what would you do after the revolution? Because, yeah, I went to journalism school because I realized that there was no way I was going to get a job if I did the MFA program that I had also been accepted into. And now you're making me think that maybe the fiction writing would be a much more useful political project.
I didn't know whether to say this or not. This is something I do too, so I'm not sort of like pointing a finger at all, but I was noticing, Sarah, you used that phrase, feel like family, and then you kind of revised it later on in your remarks to feel like home.
Yeah.
But I'm very intrigued, strategically, or tactically rather, I suppose.
Yeah.
Tactically, I am a little bit agnostic about whether to try and foster collectively a sort of remaking of our basic metaphors, that it is so ineluctable, so difficult to get out of. When we reach for a word or an image to
talking about
describe
manipulating
feeling,
language
at home with someone, we say kin, we say family. Even when you spend all of your time thinking about abolishing the family, that's basically.
I can teach you how to survive here, Autumn. You are surviving here by my grace. That's how you're surviving here. Jesus Christ. Sophie right now is talking about manipulating language. And basically what she's talking about is like, how do we get all references to family out of our metaphors and analogies? That's how they think about this, guys. We want to achieve X. We want to abolish the family. How do we have to architect every single part of our world to lead to getting rid of any sense of what the family is, down to eliminating metaphors and analogies that even reference the family?
Basically what comes up. It's sort of so deeply semantically ingrained. And I was sort of serious towards the end of my remarks today when I suggested we could really try and turn this on its head. Is it do we want the world to treat one another like family? I mean, it is not a particularly good track record, family, how people treat each other within family. I would like something a bit better. What if we actually said, no, that's specifically what we don't want. How about kind of trying to train ourselves in this science fiction inspired way to aspire to treat one another as strangers? And of course, that doesn't preclude intimacy and relationships of sort of significant otherness, right? It is perfectly delightful to form deep partnerships and intimacies and to fall in love. But the sort of the compulsion and the blackmail
Hang on, got a super chat from AD. AD says, what do they plan to do about oxytocin, the parental bonding hormone or baby schema, the evolved trait that finds babies cute so we raise them? Well, they want all children born via surrogacy. And so you would never actually like it would be like genetic engineering, fertilization of like egg. Like you're never actually gonna even meet your children. And then like raised in like collective care environments, like in The Giver. I would imagine if they're really going to do this, there's also probably going to be like genetic engineering involved. I think they're going to try to like what I would do if I wanted to eliminate the family is I would take over the production of all children and then I would genetically engineer them so that they don't have those anymore, fundamentally changing the nature of humanity entirely. That's how I would do it. I suspect they've probably thought about it as well. Thank you, AD, for the super chat. Appreciate it.
That sort of forces us to kind of remain privately isolated with very, very few such significant others is a problem that could only really be addressed in the most, totalizingly kind of revolutionary ways, unfortunately. So, this is kind of the communization theorist, pessimist kind of get out clause. It's like none of this can happen without the abolition of capitalism, basically. But
Ding, ding.
it's also important to notice that the pandemic is not, for instance, it is underlining perhaps in generative ways the radical insufficiency of nuclear households as a mode of social reproduction. Yeah, I mean, again, in my article, I was quoting how, apparently in the early stages of China's experiences of the epidemic, there was a 90%. So according the particular women's not-for-profit calculated that 90% of the causes of violence were related to the COVID epidemic that they were seeing. They were publishing kind of specific, COVID epidemic specific resources for victims of domestic violence who were finding it difficult to flee, because obviously a quarantine is a bit of an abuser's dream. So when we survey the scene of the pandemic, we should be trying to see what Madeleine Lane McKinley, who is another name, perhaps not one that's come up so far, but one that absolutely needs to be referenced in any sort of surveying of the scene of 21st century family abolitionism. She writes that households are capitalism's pressure cookers. So this crisis will see a surge in housework, cleaning, cooking, caretaking, but also child abuse, molestation, intimate partner rape, psychological torture, and more. So this is, it's far from a time to acquiesce to family.
So you never meet your own children, thereby enabling the act of incest down the line. Oh, no. You're not tracking, Mr. Nobody. Children are produced by the state. You're not having your own kids. You're not having sex with your relatives. You're not producing kids in family units. Kids are produced by the state. You think the state doesn't know where the genes come from? You think the state's not thinking about diversifying the gene pool? Ain't no incest. Not how it's going to work. I mean, I suppose they could have sex and be like kind of like sort of related, but that union is not going to produce children, because children are produced by the state. It's like in Demolition Man. In Demolition Man, they got rid of even physical sex, and you had to get a permit if you wanted to have children, and it was genetically engineered by the state. You see?
Values ideology. It's definitely not a time to forget about abolishing the family, because it's specifically now that refugees from the nuclear household are swelling in number, and their need is also, or our need is also swelling in character. So it's kind of ghoulish beyond belief that a certain tier of British feminism is kind of using this moment as an opportunity to kind of assert their right in the name of feminism, to commodified domestic labor. I don't know if this is a controversy that I mean, hopefully you don't know what
Oh,
I'm
I
talking
do.
about. Yeah. The great white British feminist assertion of the right to have your cleaner in a pandemic because feminism. But actually, this is the dystopian element of the current conjuncture that we probably need to be kind of alert to. I believe a lot of the ruling classes are highly aware that there will be a second spike. And on that basis, in preparation for that, I believe they are constituting in advance, as a precaution, the sorts of households with the kinds of labor that they are accustomed to, so that they will not be caught out in a second wave of kind of lockdown. And that we should strategize together about how to kind of contest that, even if only rhetorically, since we all seem to be, intellectual laborers. Yeah.
We saw that Martha Stewart had kept her gardener and her housekeeper and was referring to them as her detainees. Anybody? Oh, this is a thing, yeah. But yeah, I think the thing that I struggle with is that I don't have good language for any of these relationships that are meaningful in my life.
Ain't that
Friend
true,
doesn't
AD?
seem like enough,
I
right?
agree.
When I'm talking about the difference between the people I live with here and the person I live with in London that I've known for 10 years that, would take a bullet for me. It doesn't seem significant, but why do I reach for family, right? What is it that we mean by all of these things, and why is just friends the thing that we say, right? Like, it's always just friends rather than, your significant other is presumed to be a romantic partner. But what if they're not? What if the most significant relationships in your life, this is like a parody of the Sex and the City question, right? It was always like, oh, what if your friends are your
Obviously,
soulmates?
you have my vote
it never actually
anytime.
let itself go there, right?
Anytime.
So yeah, I think part of this whole process is thinking about the frameworks in which we put people into our lives and understanding what those relationships could be if we didn't just think of them as like, Anna is a woman who is in my life who is younger than me, so she's like my little sister, except for when she's telling me that I'm being stupid, in which case she's behaving like my big sister, which she does quite often. How do we think outside of these metaphors that are also very much not metaphors?
Well, it's about 5, but I do just want to give space if anyone wanted to respond to those last points.
We're almost done. We're so close. Almost there.
Well, thank you all so
Yay!
much. I've been looking forward to this.
We're done. Everyone, you made it. What at 4:20 exactly? That's a sign of something. Smoke them if you got them, guys. We finished at 4:20 exactly. And goddamn, do I need it after that? That was a lot. But I like, that was the second time I watched that whole episode, and I gotta say, I saw more this time than I did last time, which I think is an interesting thing because I've learned so much more socialism between the last time I watched it and now. That's crazy. But I just want to say, for everyone who made it to the very end, if you were here, especially if you were here at the beginning, congratulations. Big round of applause, guys. And a special shout out to everyone who is new for Socialism Saturday, because this was a big episode today. But I promise you, like, Abolish the Family is one of those things that if you can wrap your head around Abolish the Family, a lot of this stuff is going to fall into place. Stepping into grace, you haven't fully comprehended that white supremacy doesn't have to do with skin color, has nothing to do with skin color at all. They don't care about skin color. Skin color is a right-wing talking point. It's not a left-wing talking point, bro. But if you are new here, please come back. Because I know this is hard. I know this is painful. I know it's a lot, right? But the only way that you are really going to learn socialist is by actually sitting and watching socialism. It is the very best way to understand it. And I promise you, once you get it, your world is going to open up and you're going to understand things in a way that you never really realized before. And everything that's going to happen in the world, every crazy thing is going to make so much more sense, and you're going to be in a much better position to fight it. Now, as a reminder, guys, I don't stream on Sundays, but we are doing movie night tomorrow in my supporter Discord. And movie night is basically, we do them on Sundays at 8 p.m. So if you want to join us, the very best way to do it is to head over to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Sign up for a membership of $8 a month or $80 a year. And tomorrow, I'm going to send out a newsletter that looks a little bit like this. It's not going to be this one because it's going to be this week's newsletter. But if you scroll down to the bottom of this newsletter, you're going to get to the supporter perk section. The supporter perk section is going to have your link to the supporter Discord. It's also going to have your Zoom links. We do supporter Zoom calls on Mondays at 7 p.m. and on Wednesdays at noon. You're welcome to join those. All of that is going to be in the supporter perks section in tomorrow's Unwoke Roundup newsletter. So make sure you are subscribed, and that will come out tomorrow. Also, while you're on my Substack, please make sure you sign up for this training that I'm doing. I just launched it today. I'm going to break down in a private webinar forum the kind of level 1 decoding of socialist language. So I'm creating basically a program that should make entry into Socialism Saturday a lot easier. I'm going to create like a 90-minute webinar. We're going to go through everything, where I'm going to break down the most important information that you need to know about how to speak socialist. This is a free event. I'm doing it on October 4th. It will be recorded. So if you can't make it to the live event, sign up anyway, and you'll get an email with a video that you can watch afterwards. So it will be recorded for everyone that wants to make sure they see it. And it's totally free. It doesn't cost anything to join. You're welcome to make a donation if you want to, but you don't have to. I want to put this out there because it's very important to me that people start learning how to speak socialist, because a lot of people think they understand socialists, but they really, really, really don't. Mr. Goodness, they do have kids. You're not listening, bro. They do have kids. They have a lot of kids, and they're training their kids on how to be little socialists. Guys, got to come with your ears open. Again, guys, a lot of people on the conservative right and independents and disaffected lefties, they think they understand what the far left is doing. They really don't. They really, really don't, because they're listening to talking points from people who are politically biased. The whole goal of Socialism Saturday is to cut right through that, to make sure that you really understand, because you're in no position to fight back against them if you don't understand who they are and you don't understand what they're doing. So again, guys, I do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. I also stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. So my next stream, probably, unless I do a surprise one, is going to be on Monday at 5 p.m. I hope you guys all have a great rest of your weekend. I will see everyone in movie night tomorrow. We're watching The Matrix. It's going to be great. Please do mount the like button on the way out the door. Please make sure you're subscribed to the channel on whatever platform you're watching on, whether that be YouTube or Rumble or anywhere else. I really do appreciate it, guys. Thanks for joining me tonight. Take care. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you soon. Bye.